each other. I was like, I want bumper to bumper.
Yeah, and he wanted the goose stepping.
Military authoritarian displays and all that. And it turned out to be kind of a nice, maybe grade 8 to grade 10 little military history parade.
And you had soldiers dragging their feet and not goose stepping. Thankfully, some of them showing their own acts of resistance.
They were waving.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw a North Korea parade where the guys would pop out of the tanks and be like, "Hey, everybody"? I mean, it looked like Disney.
So the good news is we're not there yet. The bad news is, as the Jubilee debate showed, there's an aspiration to be there very soon. And the authoritarianism on the right is off the charts. This desperation for a strong leader, for cancelling the Constitution, for getting rid of judges. You look at the polling now amongst Republicans, the number of Republicans who say checks on the president. Congress should not be able to block the president. The judiciary should not be able to block the president.
I wonder if Harris had won, whether they'd feel that way.
That is a very worrying sign. And again, there was this complacency in the United States of America. I came here 10 years ago. I became a citizen 5 years ago. I have a little bit of an outsider
Splitter!
The perspective, and I have to remind my fellow Americans, it can happen here. This idea that the United States of America is immune to global authoritarian trends, especially when you have a tribune like Trump, who is Teflon when it comes to scandal and controversy, that makes it doubly worse for the U.S.
He has understood that some of the guardrails that were, people always think like, oh, well, the businesses will save us because they don't want the trouble. They don't want the volatility. What Trump understands is people don't want friction. And if I can create enough friction in their world, it's the same way he ran his businesses, by the way.
Yeah.
Like what he would do to contractors, he would pay them about 75% to 80% of what he owed them, knowing that the hassle and the friction that they would need to go through to get that last bit. So he got himself a savings. And that's the way he's approaching this entire country.
Look, he's calling for a settlement with Fox. You've seen that this week, right?
Yes.
He said this week,
he said Fox wants to settle with him.
Which is planting the idea that is out there. He's very good at kind of testing the waters. Rupert Murdoch is an old pal of his, so he's obviously put him on the spot. We saw what happened in the Dominion case, where they settled immediately when they realized Tucker Carlson's texts were going to come out in droves. And look, this is what corporate America. This idea that corporate America is going to save us is the most insane one of all. Fascism is indeed an alliance between the strong man and big business. Always has been.
No question.
Going back to Italy, Germany, etc. And that's what's so depressing about some of these corporations bending the knee. This idea that they're all being bullied into it isn't actually true. A lot of them are happy to go along with the anti-diversity stuff. They're happy to go along with the crackdowns on campuses. If you're a university leader, they're happy to go along with kind of ending any kind of initiatives to fight racism. And of course, he rewards them with massive tax cuts, right? We just passed this.
Exactly. Fascism, the old line about it being the capitalism in decay, is basically sort of true. It's the kind of scream. It's the last scream of fascism last scream of capitalism trying to do its thing, right? Trump is good for capitalists, and they realise this. They don't give a fuck about diversity. They never did. When they do their whole pink-washing thing during Pride, when they pretend to stand up for Black Lives Matter or whatever, it's because they thought it would make them money. They never give a fuck about any of this. And leftists have understood that forever. And rightists thought, oh, the corporations are woke. No, they're not. They're just trying to make money. They don't give a fuck. There's no agenda here. Well, the agenda is to make money, I guess. But so ultimately, the big issue is fuck capitalism. I suppose that's sort of the underlying premise of my entire channel, really. That and dick jokes, whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna fuck off, I think. Yeah. Shall we see who's going on YouTube? Kev, would you be good for me to cover Salazar? These fascioids need showing for reasons. Yeah, absolutely. If that's a thing you do, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. He was
some random geek. Hi, some random geek. Lurking in the void. Watch out for the tardigrades.
My left eye on the YouTubes. There you go. And see who's going on twitch.tv/whatever. No, Justice is going. Didn't we go in there like 2 days ago or something? Let's see if we can find someone else.
Me. I'll be
I like
that
to
cute.
share the love around, you know. Oh, Mad Cat's going actually. Should we go over there? Everyone going? So yeah, we'll Mad Cat's going. So we'll fucking we'll shufty over there. I'll do.
Twice in 1 week. I feel provoked. Victory! 255. Hello, my comrade. Rejoice, comrades. 255 AD is in the chat. Hi. How goes it? I do be loving Mehdi more than I love John. Sorry, John. You really are quite a phenomenal speaker, but yeah, you're a liberal. Welcome. 61, holy fuck. Hello, everyone. Please refresh your screens. Welcome. You're through to a lunatic Scottish woman. Oh, don't worry about it. Rejoice, comrades. Wayward Historian is here. Hi, Wayward. Hi, darling. Isn't this amazing? I'm in my perfect spot. I am surrounded by bookcases again, filled with books. Hi, darling. I have borrowed my Super Hubby's phone because my Simless is a bastard of a phone because it's Simless and it's 8 years old now. Wrong password. What was wrong? I am gonna have to stop whatever video we be watching. What? Oh, that looks like a Bengal. So I have to see that one. And while we are watching gorgeous Bengal looking kitty, I will find a video about Salazar. Sorry to inflict him on all of yous, but there is cholera, obviously. Girl. Of the dogs. 8 days ago. Your channel. Videos. There it's there. Oh, 25. Rejoice, comrades. There is 25 of you. Anyone not following me, please do so. I am far away from 330 followers. You don't need to subscribe. No, do. Yourselves first. Follow. I could do with the numbers. And anyone that wants to follow me and the other 15 people over on YouTube, feel free to do so. Or subscribe YouTube, follow here on Twitch. I will get better at this, trust me.
Hello? Hello? Oh, here. Like two? No. Wanna come on out?
Pause. There we go.
Hi. Come on out, kitty kitty. I don't want to force you out. Come on out on your own. There we go. Hi.
Oh, such gorgeous colours.
It's safe to say that he's shedding. Hi.
Today, I have the pleasure of grooming one of the most unique and stunning cats I've ever met. This is Antar, and he's an Egyptian Mau.
Bring back ones.
The Egyptian Mau is one of the oldest known domestic cat breeds, with roots tracing back to ancient Egypt.
Good job. Still don't want to try tube? Come on. You gonna let me do your front ones? Good job.
If you've ever seen a cat depicted in ancient Egyptian art, that elegant spotted feline watching over the pharaoh, chances are it was inspired by this breed.
Almost done. Can I see the final nail? Oh, it's really short anyway. Good job. He likes the comb. You purring? Hi.
It's very light, low purring.
You go for a bath? You're a little bit greasy.
This cat has some massive teeth. It's okay. Oh, you're too heavy for this. You're knocking it over.
Oh, he hissed. It's okay.
She
You like it? Okay, I might not bother forcing you through it. We'll see. Oh, okay.
Rejoice, comrades! Geode UK is here. Hi, Geode. Welcome back. Great to see you. How are you doing? Gorgeous kitty. I'm loving the colouring. Look at it. As one of the larger cat breeds. Look at the size of him. This is difficult to explain. It's my niece's cat, but Kira lives with my mum because my niece lives in a bedsit. Yeah, I thought it was like a Bengal or a Bengal Persian mix. But it's purely Egyptian. Back in the day, hundreds of years ago, thousands of years ago, it was a pure Egyptian cat. So it's got the same size as like a Persian, and yeah, lynx as well, large kitty. I love what Vanessa calls them. They're the murder mittens, that's why she clips them. Oh, Sozzled, thank you. I have captured another mod. Wayward, you have to know, you are mine now. Tell Kim where to go. Thank you, Sozzled. Much appreciated.
You just scratched my face. That wasn't very nice of you. It's okay, it's okay. I'm not forcing you to it. Relax. I don't want you jumping over there. Okay? It's okay. get your paws. They're wet. It's okay.
Although he's incredibly handsome, he was also clearly a bit fearful today. I decided not to put him through a full bath, because I had a feeling if I tried, I'd be peeling him off my ceiling.
Can I do your belly? Is that allowed? It's not always allowed. Your eyeballs are dirty. Sorry, Kitty. There you go. Good boy. Can you see your butt? Not dirty. You're not a long-haired cat. Okay, can you handle the dryer? Come here. You're a really pretty cat. Come here.
The Egyptian Mau is the only naturally spotted breed of domestic cat, meaning their spots aren't just in the fur, they're actually in the skin pigment as well. Every Mau has a unique spot pattern, like a fingerprint. In terms of personality, Egyptian Maus are intelligent, loyal, and often bond very deeply with their humans. They're known to be a bit shy around strangers, but once they trust you, they become affectionate and playful. They're also extremely fast. They've been clocked running up to 30 miles per hour, so don't expect to catch them if they don't want to be caught.
Come on over here. Come on.
What's domestic beef?
The dryer's
Bloody
gone.
hell. They're cats, that's
You talking?
why FU attitude.
Oh.
My niece's cat, they're at, Akira, if you can't tell, I've already turned her into a little bit of a weak. Them. Her, sorry, sweetie. I'm the only one with this get out. For everyone else, they, them. But for me, I can call her, or she's my niece, or they're my niece. She knows where my heart is. Her little Akira is like a little short-haired one, and she's 4 or 5 years old. My little darling got her during the pandemic because she couldn't actually go and see her granny, my mum, and she needed some companionship. And her then best friend, now her girlfriend, got her a cat. It did actually get her through a bit of a dark spell, which I deeply appreciate. Apparently, I'm the only one that Akira sits on, like, she sits on my lap, other than my mum and my niece. No one else. She hisses at my sister-in-law, my sister's wife. Fair enough, Akira. Each to their own, as always. Akira is so gorgeous. So fast. She's compact and she's got the speed.
I'm sorry, did you think I was hissing at you? Sorry about that.
Because of their strong bond with their people and their sensitivity to noise and chaos, Maus tend to do best in a calm household where they can build trust and feel secure. They thrive in homes with lots of vertical space, safe windows to watch the world from, and people who respect their boundaries.
Sometimes you just gotta put the tube on their lips, and then they realize that they like it. Come on! Tube and play. No?
Despite being nervous, Antar was an absolute sweetheart. He tolerated the process like a champ, and honestly, with his ancient lineage and regal looks, I completely understand why he expects to be treated like royalty.
Please come again.
Oh god, no. Oh my god, behind the bastards? My friends and lovelies, are Behind the Bastards quite a good channel? Ah. Good point, Suzzled. Very good point. Yeah, I've been all over the place today. Feel free to laugh at me in the comments about what I watched. Alright. I will give them their due, and as long as they're not overly right-wing, and I have to stop, pause every so often and just scream into the void. I can say, you might be saying something kind of wrong there. I can live with that. I would try to get them a little bit more left, really. I know that's not always possible, obviously. That's why I can't fucking talk. You go there. Right, what will it? 2 hours... 2.5 hours. We might do the first one.
Oh, it's Behind the Bastards, a podcast that gets behind the bastards. You know what this is. You know what it means. We talk about bad people, the worst in all of history. And
you did
today,
start this with a very Tony Soprano.
Oh, is that a Tony Soprano? I never watched The Sopranos.
What's
Here to
wrong
be
with
angry
you?
at me about that is both Sophie Lichterman, my producer, and Jeff May.
Haven't you had Matt Lieb on this show, and yet you somehow
still have not seen The Sopranos?
Oh, that's an act of aggression.
Rejoice, comrades, base Canadian is in the chat. Hi Igloo, how goes you? Great to see you. Look, it is Behind the Bastards discussing some Portuguese person called Salazar. He might have been a fascist. Oh dear God, we can't get rid of these bastards, can we? Mark my words. even if I have to make it my fucking self, I will get a sword of some description. It won't be a katana, obviously, because it takes fucking forever. We're talking 30 plus years to make a proper fucking katana. I could maybe make a sort of ad hoc épée or saber. I've got a genuinely creative, intelligent bastard of a husband, and he'd probably be able to make me a gladius of some description. And no one can make a broadsword, no matter what Forged in Fire lets you believe. Making a broadsword is... just don't do it. Especially the Claymore, the great sword. The sword that apparently Wallace wielded, that was 6.5 foot long for a sword, and that he was 8.5 feet tall. For that time period? No, he fucking wasn't. I'll give him 6 foot. Anything over 6'5". Purely ludicrous. He might have been wide and muscly and stuff, but he wasn't over 6 feet tall at that point. We won't get into it.
Aggression.
Can you spend this weekend at least watching the pilot?
No, I'm sorry. I'm an Italian American. I was raised in The Sopranos, you know? Like, I've got mobbed up family.
You need
somewhere down the line.
All right. So
we had to change our last name.
You need to watch The Sopranos this year. That is your goal for the cursed year of 2025. I'm disgusted with you right now.
It's okay. I can use the Italian slurs. You can't, Sophie.
I'm horrified by your behavior.
I can use those slurs too.
You can, Jeff. You absolutely can.
I'm not Italian.
No, but you were a boxer, so it counts.
Robert, what the fuck?
Mel Gibson's only 1
Jeff,
inch
how are you doing,
taller
Jeff
than
May?
me.
I'm good. It's been a while.
It's been a while.
It's been a while since I visited. The embargo is lifted, which is nice.
Yes, thank you. After those crimes
and I am
committed.
so sorry for saying all those really horrible things. I don't even know what I was thinking.
It's okay. DEI is over. We can say those things now.
Like I said, Wallace was, I'll be nice and say somewhere around 6 foot. My dad, because he was born in the 20th century, he was 6'4", but that took generations of families on my own family tree to actually build up the genetic or the epigenetic wherewithal, let's put it that way, instead of going into the deep science behind it. So Dad, 6'4". Mum was 5'7". She's now 5'6". She's kind of shrunk, but then again, she's 71 years old. I was 5'8.5". I'm now 5'7.5", so I've lost an inch somewhere because of body getting degraded. My niece is 5'11". They're probably going to get up to maybe 6 foot, maybe. And she's lanky. And lots of other reasons why lankiness. All my grandparents, they were all under 6 foot, but all my great-grandparents, they were all over 6 foot, including the women. My great-granny, my dad's granny, she was 6'1". My dad's granddad, my great-granddad, he was 6'7". Gaunt. Fiercely Protestant, and would be horrified to know that one of his great-grandchildren is a communist. But he died 10 years before I was born. 6 years before my mum met my dad. And my mum's dad was 6 foot dead. And he died 3 months after I was born. And he'd also be horrified that I'm a communist. I really don't need to worry because both those gentlemen, if you want to call them that, they are both no longer with us. I've been to York. York is gorgeous. Oh yeah, technically that right is still on the books, but nah, not many people do it. They just take a wee jibe at us. We take it in good jest. It is rather funny, but yeah, up until about just after the First World War, that was legal. Completely legal. It was called, we were called marauding Scots and all that fucking bollocks. From like the 13 and 1400s. Give a break, lads. It's been the best part of 700 fucking years. We're not marauding anymore. Well, depends who you ask. The only thing I want to maraud is a brewery. Things be happening, things be happening. Rejoice! John the Brazen is now a subscriber. Thank you, Sozzled. Much appreciated. Frank or Moffin. I watched them all tonight. Yep. Technically today, this afternoon. The hematologist that I went to see this early afternoon, she's a Scottish Green Party member as well. Praise be. So I'm going to have to shill. Would you like to join the Scottish Greens? You don't need to, already a member. Woohoo! I like Annie. She done quite well. I like Annie. Frank? Rachel, maybe? Are you not Sozzled? Go to turn left. They've interviewed all the candidates for the deputies positions and stuff. Depending on if SAC wins, it will be 2 co-deputies, which will be 1 man and 1 woman, or gender, social construct, blah blah blah. So, mind you, in saying that, I did actually like Antoinette as well. Quite like her. They do actually, yeah. Zach. Please. My Green Party members in England and Wales, please back Zach. I beg of you. Yes, John. Yes. Bring it. the way I'm reading the news and stuff and watching things online and talking to other people, they're all, the people who I'm talking to up here are all Scottish Green Party members as well. And they're thinking, and they've been talking to their cohort in different parts of England and Wales. We won't find out until September, that's right, isn't it? Oh, yeah. Oh, based individual. I keep on going back to that every so often, like 2 or 3 times a month. Just to look at that and guy getting a brick to the family jewels. That will never not be funny. Ever. At least for me. I hope he's had children. As a person who does not have penis and testicles, even I was wincing. I don't know if he deserves it or not. I don't know the full context of that situation. Family member, legal profession, talks to other legal professionals in England, in London, and in France, who were all born in Scotland. All 4 were born and brought up in Perth. And they'd done their training here in Scotland. One of them went down to London. They were headhunted. They've came back home now. They're back up here in Scotland, specifically here in Glasgow, as a... Fuck it. Sorry, my darling. I kept it as long as I could. My cousin is a procurator fiscal. And all the people I've been talking to on a semi-regular basis are all either CPS or defence lawyers in 2 are in England, well, now 1 in England, 1 still in Wales, and the other one's moved back up here, and my cousin. They're all prosecutors, so they're all on the side of the state or the law, essentially. The one that left being a prosecutor, essentially, is now in private defence. And she defends disenfranchised people, basically the poor, the indigenous people of that nature, people like me, essentially. The poor proles of the world, or the poor proles of Scotland. And she is currently moving from here in Glasgow up to Aberdeen to start, she's already started her own business, her own legal firm up in Aberdeen, but she still lives here in Glasgow. So she's in the process of moving her entire family and her household up to Aberdeen, which is 98 or 99 miles away. They're all Green Party members. My cousin is a Scottish Green Party member. Rejoice! Duck Authority is here. Hello, Duck Authority, also known as blah 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 blah, name redacted. Hi. Thank you for the raid. Thank you, Duck Authority. Tonight's poison of choice is Stoford Press, and tonight's viewing poison of choice is a history of Salazar, because people need to know what fascists are like and what to look out for. Shall we continue?
Oh, finally, the woke mob. Come and get me, woke
They came
moralist.
for Jeff May. No, Jeff, you're one of our. I mean, you're my old friend from back in the day. By which I mean the time when I worked at Cracked and lived in Los Angeles, and you're also one of our favorite guests. And this is fun. You and I have both seen the movie Ghost Dog, featuring the magnificent Forrest Whitaker,
the American samurai himself.
You know that's in the Criterion Collection now.
It should be. It's great.
It should be. It's perfect. It's a beautiful movie.
I will say I have bonded over my love of Ghost Dog Way of Warrior with more than just you.
Yeah, it's an incredible. Featuring the magnificent Forrest Whitaker,
the American samurai himself.
You know that's in the Criterion Collection now.
It should be. It's great.
It should be. It's perfect. It's a beautiful movie.
I will say I have bonded over my love of Ghost Dog Way of Warrior with more than just you.
Yeah, it's an incredible
people
film.
That were just like, you like Ghost Dog? I'm like, I love.
I've been bringing it up now that Andor's out and everybody's talking about Saw Gerrera. I'm like, you guys need to motherfucking see Ghost Dog.
Yeah.
Like, if you liked that, you need to see Ghost Dog.
Yeah, you kind of do. You should anyway.
You should anyway.
It's in the Criterion closet. So, like, Mark Hamill could grab it on an Instagram reel or something. You don't know.
Yeah, it's perfect. Speaking of perfect, today we're talking about a dictator.
Slightly different. Procurator Fiscal does have, they can investigate, they can arrest, and they can prosecute. The police forces, the constabularies, I hate that fucking word. The constabularies down in England and Wales, they can investigate, they can gather evidence, then they give it to a prosecutor, a crime prosecutor person. Our one up here, which is what England and Wales, well, maybe not Wales, slightly different, kind of closer to ours than it is to England, but England borrowed ours wholesale, then corrupted it. That is my words, not my cousin's. Sorry, desperately. I really am, but you know it's the truth. They took our legal code, which was 364, 65 years old at this point, and took it down to England to enforce on the new arrived French and Welsh people who had been migrating into Midlands and southern England. A lot of ours are similar to what you've got in the Nordics and the Scandi countries, really, because our legal system, old as balls, obviously, ours is the oldest in the land here in the UK. Possibly. Sorry, Wales. Wales might be slightly older, but we don't know because we're missing a lot of documentation for some strange reason. I couldn't possibly tell you why. Slightly different. DA has the same powers in the States, roughly. Same sort of legal code that ours was based on, but it's been even further corrupted by the Supreme Court. Delightful. I'm sorry, my English and Welsh compatriots. You corrupted our legal system. You took our perfectly justifiable legal code, then changed it for your own ends, then tried to implement it back on us. Get wrecked. How well did that go for you? I don't mean English people, I mean the English state or the British state or the security apparatus, blah, 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 blah. I love English people. Yous are all amazing. You tolerate my nonsense. And you love having us as neighbours. the British state seems to be having problems with Scotland and England and great swaths of the country. I wonder why. Post your answers in the chat or on a postcard and send it to me. Oh, God.
Who was unfortunately maybe the best at being a dictator on like a technical level, right? Like if we're giving technical awards on the actual craft of dictatoring.
So like the dictator Oscars that they don't show on television.
Yeah. The dictator Oscars that don't make because they're kind of boring, right? Like,
They did it like last night. We had the dictator Oscars. This
is the dictator Oscar for set dressing or whatever. It goes to Antonio
sound
Salazar.
editing is crazy here.
Yeah, great audio editor. We're talking about. Did you know that Portugal had a dictator at the same time that like Germany and Italy had dictators, and Spain?
I mean, I have to say yes because of my history degree and all that. But I forget shit.
Oh yeah. So Antonio Salazar was the dictator of Portugal from like the 30s up to the 70s, right? So he has a very long run.
It's a short reign.
Yeah. He's like more than two. He's like 3 Hitlers, right? 3, almost 4 Hitlers.
Oh, look at this guy. He's like 4 Hitlers.
He's got he's like a 4 Hitler run. Yeah, exactly.
I gotta be honest though. Did he put up Hitler numbers?
So that's why he lasted. Yeah.
It's like I guess Hitler would be like the Bo Jackson of dictators.
Sure.
It's like a very, very bright burn.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't mind me saying, such a terrible way to describe that.
No.
But then it fizzle out after he had that hip injury.
Right. And Salazar has a hip injury in like 68 that takes him out.
Salazar just gets long. He's got the longevity.
But he's in there a long time. He's like that guy who was with the Patriots. Fuck, what's his name? Everybody hates him.
Tom Brady.
Tom Brady.
Antonio Salazar is the Tom Brady of dictators.
Tom Brady is single-handedly responsible for stopping a lot of domestic violence in New England. So I'm going to actually say, if you really think about it, because we are garbage. It's a garbage fan base full of terrible people.
Yeah, it is.
And when he came in, we were like, I don't know about. Okay, we love this guy. And
he's keeping things safe.
Yeah.
I'm not going to say that about it.
Oh, can skip it.
Antonio Salazar, but he does have the staying power, right? And he's one of these guys, he gets called a fascist a lot. And there's an argument to be made for that. He gets called a fascist generally because, he comes up around the same time Hitler does, around the same time Franco does, a little bit after Mussolini, and they're all kind of simpatico for a while. So there's this argument that Salazar was like a fascist dictator as well. And you can kind of debate that. But I think if we want to put it in Beatles terms, right? Hitler's the John Lennon of fascism, and Mussolini's the George Harrison, and they kind of clock out first, which leaves Franco as the Ringo. And I think we've got to say that maybe Salazar is the Paul McCartney of fascism. I don't know.
I mean, that's pretty good. Also, Europe was a vibe, huh?
Yeah, they were not doing well after that World War.
They were certainly going for it, you gotta hand it to these guys. They took big swings.
We're in we're in our big swing period today, and we didn't even have a World War I over it, right? So who are we to judge?
I mean,
we can
to be
judge
fair, we've had a few.
We've had a couple, yeah. We've taken our swings. This isn't our first set. So, as we'll discuss, there's a lot of debate as to whether or not you should call Salazar a fascist. He certainly uses a lot of fascism tools, like there's aspects of it that he utilized. Yes! And he has good relationships with all of the fascist powers during his days. He's going to intervene to help Franco win his civil war in Spain. But ideologically, he's not someone who's super on board, especially with all the weird Hitler stuff. He's not a cult of personality guy. He's not a big ideology of fascism guy. He thinks that stuff's kind of weird. And he's above all an economics professor and a Catholic conservative who's just kind of I'm the only guy smart enough to run Portugal, and I'll torture as many people as I have to do in order to keep the economy running, right? He is a balance the budget no matter who has to die kind of motherfucker.
I guess it really depends on if fascism is decided on at the start of the journey
Yeah.
Or just summed up at the end of the journey, right? Like, I'm not doing a fascism, and then at the end you're like, kind of seems like you might have been.
Correct.
Yeah, with him it would be, I think it looks at the start a lot like a fascism, and then at the end it's like, well, you were just kind of a garden variety dictator, like maybe, but you never did any of the weird cult of personality shit. Like you were never like that kind of stuff was sort of absent. But we'll talk about it at the end. We could kind of say where do we want to land on this motherfucker
on the fash scale?
Yeah, on the fash scale. But either way, he sucked, right? We're not debating that part of it. So Antonio de Oliveira Salazar was born on April 28th, 1889 in a small house in the village of Vimiro. His parents were kind of odd ducks for their era. His father, Antonio, married his mom in 1881 when they were 40 and 35. And this is a lot older than people tend to. It's older that it's like pretty old for getting married now. Like back in the 1880s, the average lifespan in Portugal for men is 46.5 years, right? Now, that doesn't mean people died at 47, but it means that, infant mortality was so high that those averages are low a lot. And this is still pretty weird for you to wait this long to get married. And it's hard to conceive, right? When both parties are over 35 years old. It's relatively difficult, especially with 1880s, obstetrics technology. The other thing that makes his mom and dad weird is that they can read, which is not normal for Portuguese peasants.
We're modern Americans, if you know.
Modern Americans, yes. Thanks to ChatGPT.
Right. Sorry,
and how we ruined education. Yeah.
Can we just say that the least surprising piece of news just dropped, and that people that use ChatGPT are morons?
Right. That it breaks their brains, that it's like atrophying you because you're not thinking about how to put words together. It's bad for you.
That story this week about the guy that proposed to his AI girlfriend and then cried when she said yes.
And then it breaks out that he's got like he's with a human partner. I don't think they're married, but they have a kid together. They have a child. Oh fuck. That's not Salazar's parents, right?
We're cooked.
Yeah, all the other Portuguese peasants are using 1880s ChatGPT, which I guess is just being too busy to learn how to read. But his mom and dad know how to read. Now, everyone else in their village, most of the people living in this village who are, because these are, again, like all peasants, even though it's the 1880s, outside of a couple of maybe aspects of modernity that have crept in, most of the people in these villages are living lives that, like, if you go back 300 or 400 years, there's more in common than there is different, right? Which we can't say about nobody. Even like the poorest rural people in the U.S. today do not live lives that are similar to rural Americans in the 1700s in a lot of ways. But that is kind of the case in Portugal in this period, a lot more so than it's going to be in any later period. His village does have kind of one thing going for it, which is that Vimiro, when he is kind of like a little kid, is chosen to be the site of a railway station, right? Which is going to ensure that while a lot of small rural towns kind of die out as modernity comes to Portugal, Vimiro is going to continue to be like relevant, because there's this connection to the rest of the world.
It's going to become the tombstone.
Yeah, it's a tombstone, a Portugal type situation.
Everyone's going to be dressed like undertakers with big black mustaches and stuff. It's going to be awesome.
Right. Piss off, Domino's.
Right, that's right. And Doc Holliday's going to show up with fucking consumption. It's going to be incredible. Val Kilmer. Oh my god. So good. Yeah, especially if you've seen that movie Val. He filmed as he was dying. Incredible stuff. Great movie. So his mom is kind of the Val Kilmer of Vimiro, and like Val Kilmer, she's a small business owner. I don't actually know if that's true of Val, but it's true of his mom.
She was rolling.
Yeah, she's doing great. She's going to become an entrepreneur. She's going to open like a tavern in this town with like some rooms to rent, and that's going to help the family rise up to what's effectively the Portuguese middle class, while Antonio Salazar is like a kid to an adolescent, right? His family is going from we're kind of near the bottom rung to we're actually doing pretty well because there's this railway station picked for our town and my mom knows how to capitalize on it, right? His mom gets the money to start this business because his dad also does okay for himself. He's an estate manager, which means you've got these rich families who have like generational wealth because their ancestors 400 years ago plundered the New World. And they have big estates, but they're not going to take care. They don't want to garden. They don't want to farm. They don't want to do anything with them. So they hire a guy like Antonio, our Antonio, dad, to take care of the properties while they're away being rich, hanging out in their other houses in Lisbon or whatever, you know?
Hell yeah, man. Capitalist feudalism.
Right. That's kind of what's going on here. And that's the world his parents inhabit, and that's the world Antonio kind of comes up in. Portugal is not a healthy country as Salazar is growing up, right? If you remember the early period of colonialism, right after Columbus, quote unquote, discovers the New World, the two powers that are first like really expanding around the world and taking a lot of colonies and taking advantage of, Europe beginning this colonialization process are Spain and Portugal. And Portugal is, for a couple of hundred years, a major world power. They have colonies all over the planet because they're just very early successful in the age of sail, and they rapidly take a lot of colonies, which is, Portugal's not a big country. So in very short order, their colonial possessions are dozens of times the size of the actual country itself. And this does, pretty well for them for a while, but like Spain, they kind of also burn out quickly, right? Like as the British Empire is starting to really pick up steam as king shit, Portugal's kind of the sick man of colonialism, or at least Portugal and Spain are both kind of the sick men of colonialism.
It's funny because one of the 3 dates that I told my students they would have to know was 1492, and I'm like, it's not for who you think.
Yeah.
Like, it's not Columbus, but it is his bosses, because one of the reasons that they really flopped super hard was they basically were like, we're going to make a Christo state, basically, like an entirely, and they kicked out all the Jews and the Muslims.
Yeah.
And so that basically means they kicked out their most educated and wealthy members of their society, and we're just like, we'll do it normally.
Yeah,
it's like, you kicked out the banks and the universities, basically.
Yeah.
And so they just started crumbling, and they started building, and then they couldn't keep going. So they just fell apart. It's very funny.
Yeah, and there's a lot to say about like taking all of these, suddenly flooding their market with precious metals too, and like what that does with the value of these things. Like there's a lot that goes on, but Portugal is like not a wildly dissimilar story. And that kind of by the time the 1800s are creeping around, things are starting to like look kind of shitty, even though they still have massive overseas possessions, which they're going to maintain until the late middle of last century. So the fact that they've got all these colonial territories, Portugal, is going to come in handy when Napoleon invades in 1807, and the royal family of Portugal has to flee to Brazil, which declares its independence not long after this fact. So that's no longer going to be a case for Portugal, kind of after this period. As is often the case with royal families, Portugal's royal family not good at ruling. The Catholic Church, which held tremendous power, coveted its position as the sole provider of social services and the cultural power that brought, very similar to Spain. You get a lot of similar things with like basically Carlists, like people who believe in the Catholic Church as the sole, like legitimate sort of, authority, pushing against these kind of Republican ideals in the 1800s, 1900s as modernity comes in.
I mean, it is funny how much plague beat the shit out of the church.
Oh, yeah.
After people came out, they're like, oh, these guys weren't doing shit.
Like, oh, wow. Turns out they were wrong about a lot.
Turns out the Pope in France surrounded himself in a wall of fire several years. That doesn't seem...
We do that. I've done that before. It's not the worst thing to do, but yeah.
I mean, it's cool.
It's cool. It looks great.
It is cool.
Yeah. That one.
Also, check out the new Paul Verhoeven movie, Bernadetta or something like that. It's about this nun in Italy during the plague years. Fucking wild shit.
She becomes a robot cop.
Yeah, exactly.
It is cool.
Classic Paul Verhoeven movie. So as a result, very little changes in Portugal, and almost nothing gets better until the king is ousted during a civil war in the 1830s. This is not going to last super long, but for a period of time, there's this like liberal kind of party backed by Great Britain, and they win and they seize some property in the church, from the church and from the nobility, but they also don't do much to fix the larger issues the country has. And most Portuguese people still can't read. The country is bent over.
Rejoice, comrades. Shana cranky pants. Says hydrate. If you can, hydrate. Correct, Sozzle. Nothing to see here. Oh, for full clarity, I am a Republican. You couldn't tell. I am here to disrupt the inherent powers because they shouldn't be inherent. Jug-eared bugger, I'm here to destroy you and take away your mantle at the top of this country. Thank you very much. I thought that independence would be the way. Don't get me wrong, I'm still wanting an independent Scotland. Royalty needs destroyed. All of them. For full clarity, if the British state are listening to me, I can't do anything. I'm a disabled Scottish woman who lives in our flat in Glasgow, in the north of Glasgow. I am not a threat to your power, honestly.
We're under the weight of these titanic debts that have been accrued from generations of overspending, and the country kind of continues to hobble along. Monarchists are able to get like a weak king, in there, and they quarrel with Republicans who are trying to support like a new electoral system that also isn't very sturdy. And it's into this kind of fucked up and failing nation that Salazar grows up, right? So this is also what's happening, is he's watching both this increasingly like sclerotic and ineffective like royal family fail to hold power, and he's also watching these gasps of republicanism that aren't really fixing things either. And
we've never seen this in the background of a dictator.
Yeah, this never happens.
Seen them grow up in a failing place and learn how to play certain chords in order to get what they want.
Yeah, no, never before. But yeah, nothing's working for him. Except for he sees his parents like succeeding, right? Because they're unusually educated and ambitious and they want more for their kids. His older sister Marta becomes a school teacher. His parents seem to have been the normal amount of strict for their era, but biographer Tom Gallagher notes that as the youngest child and only boy, Antonio Salazar was babied and, quote, received none of the punishments that his mother occasionally meted out, right? So he's kind of, by the time he comes along, his sisters have sort of gotten all of the spankings, right? Not an uncommon youngest kid story where, my parents were way bigger dicks when I was a kid. What happened?
You need that gap. You need a bigger gap between the siblings, the top sibling and the oldest, right? Because if it's too close, you just get the beatings anyway.
Yeah, you just get the beatings. But if it's long enough, your parents are tired. Their arms don't work as well, especially when they're as old as Antonio's.
My brother and I were 2 years apart, so he would beat me, and then I would get something.
There you go. But
then, like, I know people who like, my little brother's 15 years younger than me. It's like, well, that kid's not getting hit.
Yeah, you're not going to hit your 15 years yet. Then you're just beating a child, right?
We're all perfect.
Yeah, as opposed to kids beating each other the way God intended.
Yeah.
So he's the favorite of the family, not just of his parents, but of his sisters too. His mom's going to become obsessed with setting him up for success.
Can't skip. Give me a minute.
For his part, Antonio never seems to have sought the limelight. He is a quiet kid. Gallagher's biographer posits that he was kind of overwhelmed by his mother's personality, but also kind of in awe of her capabilities because she's just this very competent woman. She's, raising her kids. She's helping to farm, because they have to grow food for their own survival. And she's a small business owner, right? And is kind of single-handedly raising the family's position in society. While he's not helping her at the family business or helping in the fields, young Antonio spends his time alone with his dog in the woods. He wouldn't have had a lot of free time by our standards, and much of his learning had to be self-directed, right? Because the Portuguese education system is not good. His parents kind of help him learn to read, and then he's on his own for a lot of his early education outside of that. By the time he's 10, his mother had convinced his father that he's not getting enough attention or challenge in what education he is receiving, so he is enrolled in a seminary in the north of the country, right? And this is the normal story. If you grow up in a very Catholic place in this time and you're a really smart kid, but your family's poor, basically your only option is we'll enroll you in seminary and they will teach you stuff on the expectation that you'll become a priest, right?
Which is like half the time they were like, psych!
Yeah, I'm not doing that. No, thank you.
I'm just kidding. Yeah. And then there's like 9 monks left that they're like, I guess I'll write all the books then.
Yeah, I guess I'll be the one who keeps remembering how to read for this town.
Time to illuminate some more fucking manuscripts, I guess.
Great. I'm not tired of that at all. So he is, as you stated, it's one of those things where he's technically training to be a priest, but you don't have to. You're not like locked in. And Salazar, he's a good little Catholic boy. And he initially seems to have adopted this as an ambition for himself, where he's like, well, yeah, I guess being a priest is the thing I'm going to do. That's not going to last super long. And he's going to stop wanting to be a priest. Probably, we don't know this perfectly, but the likeliest reason why he stops wanting to be a priest is the normal reason young boys stop wanting to become priests. He starts fucking, right? He starts fucking, you know? And he's like, oh, you know what? Being a priest might suck ass, actually.
Yeah. Heaven sounds cool, but is it as good as busting a nut?
Is it as cool? Yeah, cool as getting laid? Absolutely not.
I can give myself heaven whenever I want.
Right. As long as I'm able to,
We have heaven at home.
Yeah, we've got heaven at home, or at least in my next door neighbor's house. So he meets a girl. He actually meets several girls. His first is, she's 16, so is he. And she'll remain, Maria de Figueiredo, she'll remain a friend and a political advisor for the rest of their lives, right? This kind of first girl that he hits it off with is going to be, she'll be influential politically in Portugal while he's the ruler, because she'll send him letters.
God damn you, pause. I will be back, comrades. Give me a minute. I return. Hi.
about like how this is working, this is how this is working, and he'll kind of continue to trust her. The second girl he falls for is Felizmina de Oliveira, and she's 2 years older than him, right? The two meet at a railway station, and according to some accounts, begin a love affair that is what primarily derail Salazar's ambitions of priesthood. There's some dispute in this. Tom Gallagher argues that Salazar kind of keeps true to his vows for a while and then gives up the seminary later for another reason. But there are other arguments that I find really credible, that it's probably a liaison with this girl, even though it takes a while, that makes young Antonia realize, oh, fuck, I'm not going to take a vow of celibacy. Peter Booker, who's co-founder of the Algar.
Rejoice, comrades. Jim Speak is here. Hi, Jim. How you doing? Great to see you. Thank you for being here. While I've got it paused, I'll just show you something. Isn't that the best mouse mat ever? It is a gorgeous healing coup. Has been known to happen, Swizzled. Just saying.
History Association writes an article about Salazar's alleged romantic history for Portugal resident, and he noted, Salazar was studying to be a priest at the time and attended the seminary, but that fact did not prevent him from beginning a love affair. She was a friend of Marta, one of Salazar's sisters, and during the young holidays, Felizmina would stay at the Salazar family home. They exchanged innumerable letters. Felizmina began to have problems of conscience regarding her relationship with Salazar. She was a devout Catholic and did not want him to renounce the priesthood because of her. Little did she know that not only was Salazar already thinking about abandoning his career, but he was also about to dump her. And this seems kind of plausible, right? It's not just this girl, but it's in general. He's starting to get laid, and he's like, I don't need to stay with this lady, but also the priesthood's clearly not for me because I kind of like fooling around, right?
Okay, so we are sort of avoiding the 500-pound gorilla in the room, which is that those vows have never mattered among the Catholic clergy. If you want to know how many popes had illegitimate children,
oh man,
Google
nearly
it.
all
Like,
of them.
oh, you can get up to pope and still be fucking?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So the norm is for popes to get laid, which is part of the problem, right?
Yeah.
One of many. But yeah, it's that's kind of what's happening with him. But he's also like
it's very important to note that this is the church and this is the steeple.
Right.
Open it up and fuck all the people.
Right. That's kind of where Salazar's gonna take it. Except for like, I don't even need the church. I don't need the steeple. I'm just gonna fuck.
I'm just gonna be fucking all the people.
I'm just gonna fucking become an economist. So he's a bookish Catholic boy, and he starts figuring out like this is not the future for me. So he leaves the seminary in 1908. This is a big year for Portugal. It's the same year King Carlos and the Crown Prince Louis Philippe are assassinated while they drive through Lisbon in an open coach. So this is like a daring, it's called the Lisbon Regicide, and it's a very famous like moment in the early 20th century. There's a lot going on behind this assassination. It gets blamed by some people. Tom Gallagher, who's kind of a more conservative guy, this biographer whose book I read on Salazar, blames it on anarchists. Much as I'd like to take credit, or anarchists take credit for killing a king, that's not really what's happening here. These guys are like radical Republicans, right? I don't mean in the modern term. I mean like people who support a republic.
Concept of a republic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I think I mean, I know we conflate them, but the difference between Republicans and Democrats and then liberal and conservative, it all depends on labeling.
Right. And these guys are like radical, like we want to be able to vote and fuck having a royal family, right? That's the kind of radicals they are, as opposed to like being radical in favor of the abolition of the state, which is more of an anarchist thing. That's not really what's going on with these guys. There's a lot else that's happening behind this regicide, right? That kind of helps inspire it. The Portuguese government has just conducted negotiations with Great Britain over the extent of Portugal's African territory, and Portugal makes a lot of compromises in how much of Africa they're going to continue to hold, and this is seen as disastrous by many nationalists. And there's a lot of Republican nationalists who are like, well, the crown just gave up a lot of our overseas empire. Another thing that's going on in the background is that, as is often the case with Portugal, they're terrified that Spain is going to invade, right? Because if you look at a map, Spain is a lot of Iberia, and Portugal's pretty small. So
how did they avoid unification in the late 1400s? It's wild, because Granada, Navarre, Castile, and Aragon. I mean, Aragon and Castile were obviously the marriage, but then they sucked in Navarre and Granada.
And Portugal...
Just go get Portugal, man.
There's a period of time where they are occupied by Spain, right? But there's also like reasons of natural defensiveness and just like the power of the Portuguese state in that period that Portugal doesn't, wind up obviously unified, but that is constantly a fear going on in the background. And it's one of those things, it's not really a thing in modern Portuguese politics, I don't think, but it's like a huge factor in everybody's thinking right now, is that like Spain is right next to us and they're much bigger.
And they were gobbling shit up.
And they're gobbling shit up. And there's this broader fear that, like, Portugal, we used to be great, and we're being sidelined by greater powers because we've kind of slid into senescence, right? We're old and we're tired and we don't have the juice we used to have. And we're going to get eaten up entirely if we're not careful, right? Like, that's a major political factor in everything that's going on here. Anyway, you know what else is a major political factor? Advertising.
I'm going to assume it's... I don't know, some kind of website or something?
Yeah.
A VPN, maybe?
A VPN. God, I hope it's a VPN. We've had so much sketchier stuff than a VPN. And we're back. So, the Republican movement is starting to pick up steam in Portugal, kind of in the period when the king was assassinated. Yeah, because of the railways, there's steam now. Yeah. The king gets kind of politically active in politics, which makes things even more chaotic and inefficient, because it's like, it's not great. He's not good at it. The king's not really good at much. And the king who gets...
Rejoice, comrades. James Holmes is in the house. Hi, James. How are you doing? Give me a second. James Holmes is in the house. Hi, James. Thank you. Thank you, James. You look after yourself. Hi.
It's assassinated, has appointed this guy to act as his minister, who's widely seen as like a dictatorial figure. And eventually 2 Republicans with rifles decide, like, enough of this bullshit. We're going to take matters into our own hands. And yeah, these guys are kind of radical Republicans, and one of them has some history of anarchist sympathy. He's part of an anarcho-syndicalist organization in his youth, but they're militant, like, Republican activists with rifles. One of them's in the army. And yeah, they shoot and kill the king and his heir. And the Lisbon regicide becomes kind of a seminal moment for right-wing politics in Portugal. Salazar, who's a young man at this point, he's leaving the seminary this year, he's livid when he finds out what's happened. Now, he is starting to get political at this point. He's been elected the president of his student body association. And in the spring of 1908, he publishes a column attacking his fellow Catholics because they've become so politically separated from the shocking violence in the capital that, like, we Catholics need to get more political in order to save our country from, you know, this sort of radical Republican sentiment that's going to destroy, like, force us into anarchy. Salazar's thinking here is probably influenced by the writing of a far-right propagandist from France named Charles Maurras, who wrote for France's most popular proto-fascist newspaper, Action Française. Salazar's argument is that democracy cannot maintain order, and separation of church and state is a calamity for stability and public order, right? Which is very much like taken from the stuff that Maurras is writing in France at the time.
I would like to also add that Action Française is my favorite rapper.
Yeah. Probably politically different than the original newspaper. These are the guys like Action Française and Maurras are going to have a big role in like the far right French coup attempt that's going to happen kind of right before World War II. Like they're kind of a major inciting factor to it. And these are the guys that Salazar. So that's one of the reasons why people are like, is this guy fascist? Is like he's definitely very influenced by some proto-fascist thinkers.
Could you imagine de Gaulle of trying to run France?
Oh my God.
Could you imagine?
Yeah, I mean, in the post-war period, sure, it doesn't go great.
Could you imagine de Gaulle?
It's just What? As far as he was concerned, even in exile, he was running France. Huh? Maybe slightly. You do realise that half your country have joined in with the fucking fascist hordes, don't you? Charles. Yeah, I know that, but blah blah blah. He gave such justifications short of actually backing the fascist hordes. I have no love for Charles de Gaulle whatsoever. Obviously, he's an imperialist piece of scum. I hope he is burning in hell.
God, we like that. It's a history pun.
Yeah, it's a good history pun. It's also just his last name.
I'm sorry. Hey, I'm gonna go. I'm sorry about that, guys. I'm gonna take off.
It's okay. We can forgive like one French pun, but that's all. No more. Oh. So Salazar, he starts making some stabs at politics, right? You know, kind of in this post-regicide period, but he's not fully committed to it. Part of this is that the wind is kind of blowing against the right wing. You know, after that king gets assassinated, the sort of left is looking like they've got the wind behind their sails. So he's like, I don't want to commit.
It's a pretty big move.
It's a pretty big move, shooting the king and his son. Yeah.
Quite literally a coup.
Yeah. Try it in your own monarchy.
What a triumph.
Yeah.
You know? So a rifle, a couple of small pieces of lead, get you to the game.
Yeah, get you right in. Really changes the ground. So he's like, I don't feel like this is a safe time to be like a far-right Catholic activist. So I'm just going to take a teaching job and like lecture talking about the economy. He graduates from his secondary education in 1910. He opts to leave the church. And, you know, one of the practical reasons behind this is that the church is kind of losing power. So Salazar winds up attending the prestigious University of Coimbra as a law student in October of 1910, thanks to the financial support of a family that his dad works for. This is like the family his dad is, you know, taking care of their grounds. And Salazar tutors like the mistress of this wealthy family. Like he tutors her kids in exchange for financial support. So he teaches her kids to be less stupid. And they pay for him to go to this fancy college, this university, which is going to really change his life. It's going to give him an opportunity to become someone in politics. And this change in his life, where he starts going to the school and his options start to open up, accompanies another dramatic change in Portuguese government, because the Republicans revolt and they force the monarchy entirely out of the country, right? They'd killed the king and his heir. but you've still got kind of a weak monarchy in there, and then there's a revolt a little while later, and now Portugal is just a straight up republic for a little while, right? Salazar bides his time as the republic tries to consolidate his power, and he works towards an advanced degree. He gets into academic tutoring as a side business, and it proves to be very lucrative. Like he's teaching a lot of kids, he's making good money, and he's investing it. And he proves to be very good investing money, right? He's just one of these guys that understands how to turn a dollar into a couple of dollars, and then a couple of more dollars, and so on and so forth.
I'm always weirdly jealous of those people.
Yeah,
like
would be
that
nice.
they're just really good at making money.
Yeah,
and also I'm just like, yeah, but that must be like if you care about money, that must be miserable.
Yeah. I mean, and he's not like a super happy person. It doesn't seem like he doesn't have, outside of like constantly sleeping around and investing his money and writing economic treatises. That's pretty much his whole life at this point, and being really angry that the Catholic Church isn't more powerful. Those are his hobbies, right?
I mean, some of those hobbies are cool.
Yeah, one of those hobbies is cool.
One of those hobbies is just cool, man.
Yeah.
And
the other hobbies kind of lame.
Yeah, then dudes rock, and then sometimes dudes do not rock.
Yeah, and he's more on the dudes not rocking side of things. But he does accept for a while that, like, I can't fight democracy right now, and the monarchy's too weak, so it's not really worth me fighting for. So he kind of pivots, and he starts, coming up with his own theories about how to reform things. His attitude is that the Republic is going to fail, and so he's trying to figure out, like, what system should replace it. And he does a lot of reading on the encyclicals of Pope Leo VIII, who had encouraged Catholic organization and power under a democratic system, right? Leo VIII had been like, hey, democracy, probably here to stay. We shouldn't fight to have like kings under the Catholic Church anymore. We should organize instead to gain legislative power in democratic systems for Catholicism.
That was like a millennium afterwards, right? Like Leo VIII, that, if I recall, he's from like before 1000, isn't he?
Yeah, Pope Leo VIII. There's an anti-pope named Pope Leo VIII who was around the 1000s. But this Pope Leo VIII that we're talking about was head of the Catholic Church from February 1878 until 1903.
Oh, so it's like a recent pope.
It's complicated. There's another earlier Leo VIII, right, who's around he's an anti-pope from 963 to 965, whose election is debated.
Wasn't he the one that was like they were all excommunicating each other?
Yeah. He was during the anti-pope period, but there's another Leo VIII who's the head of and who's an official pope from like 1878 to 1903, right?
Man,
Catholic Church.
Yeah.
Why would you take that name?
Popes, right?
Why would you take that name?
Yeah. I'm not familiar enough with papistry to give you a whole like why he decided to take that kind of cursed name, but he's the pope who like writes an encyclical being like,
reason why you have more than one Leo. He was an anti-pope. For all intents and purposes, he was stricken off the rolls, if you want to call it like that. That's why you got other Pope Leos. For a more in-depth discussion about it, ask the Vatican. Or ask your local priest if you're that way inclined. The history of the Catholic Church, or the Church, as they like to call themselves, fucking wild. Literally, mental. Papal armor still exists. It looks so gorgeous and burnished now after the best part of 700 years. Born brought up a Protestant, by the way, atheist. Key defining feature of my camp.
We Catholics should just find a way to kind of make democracy work for Catholicism, right? We should organize and find ways to gain power in democracies. That's kind of like one of the things he writes, and this has a really big impact on Salazar. But But no, good point. This is not the Pope from the 960s. Because that guy was debatably not the real Pope.
I didn't mean to derail the pod, but I'm just like, wait, I know
it's always hard with the anti-popes, right? There's a lot of names where you're like, wait a second. Yeah. No.
And I'm sure you guys have talked about it before, but just this idea that there was like at one point, like just a bunch of popes excommunicating.
And we could get there again. That's my dream for Catholicism. Yeah, fuck it. Are you not happy with the current pope? Go to Avignon and have a new pope made, you know?
I mean, I do like the Chicago
really fighting. Yeah. It's nice to have a Chicago pope, but I think we could get a Boston pope and really just have a battle of the accents, you know?
I got to be 100% honest. We don't have a great track record.
We probably shouldn't have a Boston pope.
Our Cardinals have done some stuff. I mean, to be fair, most, if not all, Cardinals have done some stuff.
Yeah. Very few clean Cardinals out there. You know what?
I like the idea of a Boston Pope though, because like that's the first Pope that would be willing to fight you in a toll booth.
Yeah,
I like that.
Let's just give it to Ben Affleck. see if he could take it.
So he can do a bad accent of his own town in.
Pope Affleck the First. Let's let it happen. Yeah.
Pope Benedict kid.
Yeah. So Salazar, who's starting to accept like, okay, maybe we should find a way to organize under democracy. He joins a school association while he's in college, the Center for Christian Democracy, which when the Republicans had come to power, they'd like banned for a couple of years, but ultimately allowed to reform in 1912. And it was for this group that Salazar gives his first public speech, where he describes himself as a Christian democratic soldier. 2 years later, he leads a delegation to Lisbon, which protests an attempt to turn a local church building into a museum. His academic career flourishes around this time. He receives awards from his liberal and conservative teachers alike because his economic papers are, in their eyes, like so brilliant and well thought out. And he opens a consulting firm that gives out financial and legal advice to like companies and whatnot that are, trying to figure out how to get by in this very chaotic time in which the Portuguese economy is not doing well. And he's good enough at this, per Tom Gallagher, quote, he now had enough money to augment his wardrobe with elegant clothes. Career flourishes around this time. He receives awards from his liberal and conservative teachers alike because his economic papers are, in their eyes, like so brilliant and well thought out. And he opens a consulting firm that gives out financial and legal advice to like companies and whatnot that are, trying to figure out how to get by in this very chaotic time in which the Portuguese economy is not doing well. And he's good enough at this, per Tom Gallagher, quote, he now had enough money to augment his wardrobe with elegant clothes. He attended soirees and receptions, and his circle of friends widened. Catholics and conservatives predominated, but not all of them were from such backgrounds. So he's making money. He's starting to enter high society. He's becoming a known man, and he's becoming a known, like, kind of firebrand right-wing intellectual type, right? He's a little bit of like a Jordan Peterson figure, if Jordan Peterson had been good at something. And he continues to work as a tutor, which seems to still be his kind of bread and butter. He would later claim, tutoring did two things for me. It kept me in the university, and it kept me out of trouble. But this is not exactly true, right?
He's still sleeping around.
He's still fucking, right? And he's kind of noteworthy as a figure in this period. Most of his earliest friends are women and girls, including 16-year-old Julia Perestrello, who's the daughter of his godmother and the wealthy benefactors of his family. Right. So this is the daughter of the family that's like paying for him to go to college that like his dad is employed by. He falls in love with this. Quick reminder,
how old is this man again?
Very good point. She is 16 and he is 23 years old. So that's a bit of an age gap.
It is,
and that's kind of an uncomfortable period.
Bad for the era.
It's not like it wouldn't have been if he had have been from the same social strata as she. It wouldn't have been noticed in the era, right?
Yeah, it's kind of one of those things where like you're looking back and you're like, you know what?
Yeah.
That's age appropriate for the time.
It wouldn't have been wild. Like people wouldn't
Yes.
if he'd been rich. If he'd been rich, it wouldn't have been weird. But because he's from a poor background, her parents are like, absolutely not. And we look at the age gap and go like, oh yeah, that's inappropriate. But they're just being like, well, but his parents aren't rich, so this is an inappropriate match, right? That's the only real issue they have.
He's like, don't worry.
Yeah,
I'll take care of that. It's sort of like the Dr. Pepper guy named Dr. Pepper after the dad that said he'd never amount to anything.
Oh, that's better. Sorry about that, comrades. Bras do be evil at times. For all my bra-wearing compatriots, big hug. Seriously. If it wasn't for my spine, I wouldn't be wearing a bra at all.
Is that the story of Dr. Pepper?
It might be apocryphal, but I'm pretty sure it's Dr. Pepper was the guy that wouldn't allow a dude to marry. The creator wanted to marry the guy's daughter, and he said no.
That sounds accurate. For the official soda of Texas, that sounds like the kind of con man origin story I would expect.
I don't like that the official soda of Texas is my favorite soda.
Oh, it is, unfortunately. Let's turn to a more comfortable subject than Texas. This 23-year-old hitting on a teenager.
Much better.
He decides to hit on her in the most appropriate manner for the time, which is he writes an article about how hot he is for this girl in a Catholic magazine. He had contributed to this publication before, but he'd mostly written like serious articles about Catholicism and democracy and like scholarly studies about like what the Catholic Church, what role it should have in a modern society. And so he kind of changes up on his normal publication by writing a column that's just titled She. And in it, he describes it as like, it's kind of written as a fictional piece, and he's writing as sort of like an anonymous author who's in love with a girl who lives in a wealthy manor, but is financially out of his league. And it's written in such a way that the subject of his affections is anonymized. And he can argue like this is not a literally true article. It's like I'm writing, he's like I'm
plagiarizing Lady and the Tramp.
But it's very clear that like, oh, this is Salazar writing about a teenager that he's hot for, right? That's from a family that's too rich for him. And I can't imagine what must have been going through his head to make him write this thing, let alone like his editor is like, well, you mostly write about the Pope, but yeah, this article about how you've got a crush on a 13-year-old girl sounds great, man. I
thought she was 16. Wait, is she 13?
Or 16. Sorry, 16-year-old girl. He's like, yeah, why not? Let's publish this fucker. Yeah, like
I did need to clarify specifically because I previously had gone on record and be saying that wasn't that bad for the time.
No. It's 16 and 23.
Okay.
So I can't get into the head of this editor who's like, yeah, this sounds like a good article for you to publish, Antonio. And I can't get into Antonio, who is like, yeah, this will clearly work for me, right? And unfortunately for him, fortunately probably for that girl, the girl, like her mom, who's again the patron of Salazar's family, she catches on to this. Like she reads this magazine because she is from a rich conservative Catholic family, and she sees, oh, this tutor we've hired to tutor our teenage daughter is writing an article about how he's got a crush on a teenage girl who lives in a manor and who's much richer than him. I wonder if it's Antonio. We should probably start watching them, right? Like we should keep an eye on these two. This does not sound good.
That seems pretty chill.
Yeah.
Just be like, hey, should we be paying attention to this?
Yeah, we should probably keep an eye on what's happening with this kid and our daughter. And so
if a Facebook dad saw this, he'd be like, touch my family and there'll be 2 hits, me hitting you and you hitting the ground.
But they don't have Facebook. So their only option is to like keep an eye on her homework. So they're like paying attention to the homework he's giving her. And Antonio gives Julia some suspicious homework, right? He tells her to write an essay on love. And so this really gets their guard up, and they're like, okay, yeah, he's definitely hitting on our daughter. And then her mom finds, like, they start monitoring Julia's mail, and they find a letter that Salazar sends Julia, which is, to be blunt, very inappropriate, right? And the Perestrellas, again, their primary problem is that he's poor and she's rich. And so after they catch this letter, they just make sure he's not going to be tutoring her anymore, and he's never going to get any unobserved access to their daughter again, right? So they lock this down because she's supposed to marry a rich guy, right? That's their reasoning.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've all heard the song.
Yeah. Now, one of Salazar's mentors in the church, who's like one of these fathers who's kind of taking this kid under his wing, finds out about this. I think Julia's mom comes to him and is like, you need to talk to this boy. And so he sits down with Salazar, and they have like a literal come to Jesus moment where he's basically like, hey, you're one of the best minds that the Catholic conservative movement has. What the fuck are you doing pining over a teenager in the goddamn newspaper? Are you out of your mind, right? Like, this is not smart behavior. And this morning, Salazar never stops socializing with women and girls, right? He will continue to do that for most of the rest of his life. But he is going to get a lot more careful about it. And he's going to learn how to, like, hide this in a much better way than writing newspaper articles about his crushes. So he takes that warning, and you know what else our listeners should take is the advice of these products and services.
Yeah, they should take note of what we're about to say.
Yeah. Take note, and give some companies your credit card information. It never works out badly.
No breaches.
Yeah, it's never happened. And we're back. So Salazar is kind of establishing himself as an intellectual. He's learning how to flirt, sometimes even with adults. And while this is going on, yeah.
If he had a nickname, could we call him the sexual intellectual?
Yeah, you could call him that.
Because I'm going to for the rest of the show.
You sure shouldn't. But that's what he's doing, right? And the new Republican government of Portugal is kind of shitting the bed as he is coming up and becoming more prominent and learning how to kind of keep a lid on some of his proclivities. And part of why the Republican government shits the bed in this period is that World War I happens. And Portugal does not have a dog in that fight, right? They shouldn't have. There's no you just look at the map. There's no fucking reason for Portugal to get involved in World War goddamn I.
Like, we're going to go swimming.
Yeah, you go swimming. You live in Portugal. Enjoy the beach. What is wrong with you? Don't send soldiers to die in the Western Front.
You don't want some teenager to get wrapped up in barbed wire waiting to kill the Kaiser? Get out of here.
Come on. What are you doing?
Got a couple of frisbees, some sketch balls, you know?
There's a lot of smaller European countries like this that are like, you have no reason to get involved, and they do, and it goes badly for everyone who's like, well, maybe if we get involved in World War I, we can help tip things and we can get some shit in the peace negotiations after. And the Republican government, they largely get involved in World War I because they've got all these African colonies, and they're worried that if there's like a negotiated peace, England might give away some of Portugal's African possessions to the Kaiser in exchange for like a better peace deal. And so we don't really want to risk that. So we'll send some men off to die in the Western Front and fighting in Africa. And they wind up losing like 10,000 soldiers and just pointless battles, right? And in World War I,
funny historical fact. We said, as a British state, we would always look out for Portugal. Even though at this point, mostly not aligned with our own social construct, let's put it that way, the way the British state was running back then. Just after the war, up until the Second Boer War, up until just before the first. Slightly different social construct, really, the way the British state was working then. But a few centuries before that, we said we'd always protect Portugal, we'd always go and bat for them, that sort of bollocks. And the fact that the First World War, as it is so called, or the Great War, internecine war, family, literally all blood relatives, getting pissy with each other, delightful. Hundreds of thousands and millions of people fucking died because of it. Thank you, the British state, and most of Western Europe. Get to fuck, I hate all of yous. But because we'd say we'd go and support them, it's the same with Belgium. Ah! I know some Italians who would want to punch you in your face, John. It's a toss-up, really. I love my fish and chips. My fish and chips is, for all intents and purposes now, £15. Can't afford it. I can get an entire fucking Indian meal for my takeaway for 12. I don't eat all of it. Super Happy gets the leftovers for his breakfast. I can't afford to pay £15 for fish and chips. What the fuck? I can't afford to pay £8 for my steak pie and chips. Piss off. There's ones in the city centre that give it for a £5. They don't taste like crap. It's a little bit different, and the city centre for all like your classical chippies, slightly cheaper in the city centre. They do it as a loss leader, but out here, what is classed as the sticks, or technically, I'm only 2.5 miles away from a chippy that is cheaper than my local chippy, but I need 2 buses to get to it, and they charge £8 for delivery for those 2 miles. So, the local chippy, which is, well, for Super Happy, it's 8 minutes down the road, but if I were to walk down to my local chippy, it's like 10-15 minutes, depending on what state I'm in. It is actually quite good, and they're usually quite popular. Apparently, I'm the only one that ordered steak pie and chips. Salt and vinegar on the chips. Do not corrupt my steak pie, please. And he knows that already, because 3 or 4, maybe 5 times a year, I send my slave down to get me a steak pie and chips. It is quite tasty. It's still the same name, it's still the same family that owns it, but it isn't Italians anymore. Still the same recipe and stuff. Same standard, changing the oil over every 4 to 6 months. Oh, for Christ's sake. Please tell them that halal and kosher are the same thing. The animal has to be alive when it dies. That's the difference. Then from that point onwards, it's the same way well, depending on what cuts the butcher are looking for, but all the cuts get done. It depends on what part of the world you have came from. For us up here in Scotland, lean, lots of protein with some nice marbling and a little bit of fat. In certain parts of England, it is mostly fat with some of the meat of whatever beast. I get it. I've tried it before. but I need it crispy as fuck, or as what Super Herbie calls it, turn to ash. No, I like crispy. He calls it burnt. Correct, yeah. Oh God, beef dripping. We use lard or beef dripping to do our short crust pastries for like savoury pies. And like rough puff pastry and stuff like that. And a little bit of butter. I like puff pastry, but you need the solidity of the short crust as well, especially for steak pie on Hogmanay. If you doubt me, just ask any Scottish or especially any Glaswegian. Steak pie for Hogmanay with boiled tatties and the little peas and carrots in a jar is more commonly in a tin now. For Hogmanay, then drink and some more drink and some more drink and maybe some samosas, then drink, some more drink, maybe some crisps, then drink until you pass out. I love deep fried pizza. My sister can eat it, younger one. I can't, my jaw's gubbed anyway. It tastes delicious because I love crispy and I love deep fried food. Say a hell yeah in the chat if you love deep fried anything. I'd definitely not be at risk of getting addicted to deep fried Mars bar. That is basically deep fried sugar and some fat wrapped in some more sugar and salt and more fat. It is hot as balls. If you can, or if you can find anywhere to do it, or if you want to do it in your house, please be careful. Deep fried Mars bar is quite tasty. Please be careful. Do not burn your mouth or scorch the roof of your mouth or cause 3-degree burns on your esophagus. It's not good. There was a spate of that happening after the deep fried Mars bar got introduced. It is burning hot, sugar and fat and chocolate. Please be careful. Easily done, John. Easily done. I'm still addicted to just classic pizza. Bring it on. All the pizzas for me. Not with Induja. And whoever says this to me, that I will ever love it, fuck off. Pineapple has no place on a pizza. First hill I will die on, NHS. Second hill I will die on, pineapple on a pizza. Anyone who does that, you're all wrong and you need slapped. Oh God. I love you both. Mwah. Oh, if you can't, I've got my window open up wide here. It is about 3 feet above me. Let's see if I can do this. Haha! Window wide open. They are rather tall windows, they're 6 foot tall. The ceiling in my living room is 10 foot tall. So 6 foot tall is kind of standard. can understand the peanuts and the curry powder. I don't understand the banana. I don't understand the banana. Mind you, it depends on what flavourings you put. You can use banana as like a vehicle, a holder of flavours and sensations and stuff. The pineapple keeps its structure and its flavour no matter what the fuck you do to it. Banana can take on flavours from everything it gets introduced to. Still feel apprehensive. And what the hell? My favourite sweets. Why poop banana? I can see putting banana into the sauce. I've had a hot as fuck Louisiana sauce that used dried and ground up banana. I got the kind of sweetness from it, but the first taste of it, hot, really fucking hot, sweating immediately. Goes well with deep fried chicken. Goes well with beef actually as well. And ribs. I'm noticing a theme here. Post in chat your favourite takeaway ever. Mine is easy. Chicken jalendri with pilau rice and the biggest fucking naan you've ever seen in your life.
On terms, they get off pretty light. Like, that's not a lot of guys to lose in World War One by the standards of the war.
But it is also 10,000 people.
Right, it's still 10,000 people who absolutely didn't need to be involved in that stupid fucking war. And it costs a shitload of money. And just the fact that they've gotten involved in this disastrous war and they don't get really shit in the peace, it rattles the new regime's public support. People are like, well, fuck, this Republican government doesn't seem a whole lot better than the one that it replaced, right? Pointless wars, wasting money on stupid bullshit. Did we just replace one set of assholes with another set of assholes? And Salazar...
That's pretty much American politics as well.
I mean, that's the world, right? It's like, yeah, which set of assholes? You know, maybe they suck a little less.
Yeah. It's like, I wouldn't mind an asshole that's not trying to, like, destroy the lives of every person in the country.
Yeah, maybe we could get a slightly better asshole who's just corrupt and incompetent.
And if we got to throw some adrenochrome at him to keep it going, let's do it.
Yeah.
Keep the peace, you know?
Keep the peace. And keep the adrenochrome flowing. Salazar,
I don't know, man. I got to try that stuff because it sounds great.
It's good. It's great. You got to get it from the brain of somebody who's had it really harvested, you know, before they...
Oh, yeah, you don't want, like, the fake...
No.
True blood adrenochrome.
No. You want the really good shit
from the source. Directly from the source.
That's right.
This episode brought to you by adrenochrome.
Yeah, exactly. Use a promo code. I'm not going to make a Jeffrey Epstein joke here. What I am going to say is that Antonio Salazar in this period, when people are starting to get...
Yeah, it would be best if you don't do that. Just saying. Unless you want to get rightly smote, according to your new king. Woohoo! Rejoice! That bastard's out of my country. Donald Trump, if you can, please do not visit my country ever again, you fucking bastard. I'm sure that's fine. And Donald, if you ever think that you have Scottish citizenship, think again. I don't think it is going to be someone trying to take him out. I think it's probably going to be his own failing health, really, at this point. Comrades, please remind me, how old is that Tangerine Ballbag anyway? I want to say 76. I might be wrong.
Angry at the Republic. He becomes a very popular lecturer, and he's also he's working as an economics professor right now. So he's lecturing about how fucked up the system is, how the right and the conservative Catholics need to come into power. And he's also writing studies on like wheat reform and the role of gold in finance. And he's repeatedly arguing Portugal's government is spending too much money, which it is. Like he's not wrong about his fundamental economic conclusions. And his economic work is widely applauded. And in July of 1918, he appears on the cover of Catholic Illustrated as an up-and-coming thinker.
Swimsuit edition.
Yeah, the swimsuit edition. He's naked. He's got one of those, Italian banana hammocks.
It's tasteful.
Yeah, it's very tasteful, right?
But, they're like, Portugal, he's right there on the water. Like, it's natural, yeah.
Yeah, the lighting's perfect. So by this point, a new group of anti-government rebels is
Go away.
ascendant. They're called the Integralists, and these are members of the wealthier classes who had sought to break from the Republic and return to a more authoritarian government, if not a monarchy. So they're like, we probably can't go all the way back to the way things used to be, but we should have a system where the rabble have less power, where like regular people have less ability to like influence the government. And a lot of folks in Portugal, especially in like the middle class and upper middle class, are more sympathetic to these aims because in the aftermath of the war, Portugal is in chaos. The new government is running up tremendous debts, and even though they're on the winning side of the war, they're not spared the unrest that hits in places like Germany. There's an open civil war in the north of the country and a monarchist coup in 1919 that gets suppressed. And in that same year, as there's this civil war and this coup, 4 different governments come and go in Lisbon, right? This is like a parliamentary system where, if the government can't form a coalition, it gets dissolved. And so there's just constant turnover and chaos.
I like the idea that they attempted a coup in 1919. It's like, where'd you get that idea, guys?
Yeah, wow. No one else was doing coups in 1919. Creative Portugal. Wow.
Really going for it.
Yeah. So the same year that's all going on, 1919, Salazar gets suspended from his job for spreading monarchist propaganda. Although he argues in court that he's not political. His only involvement in politics is voting. And he publishes an article defending himself widely in which he argues, I am convinced that politics alone can never solve the great problems that demand solution, and that it is a grave mistake to expect everything from their evolution or from an arbitrary departure from their normal course. I am sure that the solution is to be found more in each one of us than in the political color of a ministry. So far as I can, I try to make my students men in the best sense of the word, and good Portuguese of the type which Portugal needs to make her great. Right?
Now, let me tell you about this girl I love.
Yeah, now let me tell you about this teenager that I got the hots for. Yeah.
That's just the preamble to the
story. To him hitting on another teen. Yeah. Now, the reality is that Salazar is very political. All right. He gets his PhD after the war ends, and he is actively, as a teacher, trying to cultivate this like new generation of conservative activists. He helps found the Catholic Center Party, and in 1921, he's one of 3 of their members to be elected to the parliament.
Jim.
He actually only gets to go to work at the parliament for 2 days, and he hates it, right? Like, because there's all these constant debates over what to do, and he can't just like tell people this is what you're going to do to fix the economy. This is what we're going to.
I'll give this as a blanket statement. Feel free to clip me either within context or without. I could do with the clips anyway. I do say some mad shit, and I do say some rather based things sometimes. Mixture of both, really. So, feel free to clip me. I would never presume for you to do the same for Kev and Helena. But in saying that, Kev's already got one Kev out of context. Whenever I am feeling low in need of a pick-me-up, I go to that channel. Seriously, Kev out of context, so deliciously funny. Don't get me wrong, I love the man desperately, but dear God, the way people clip him. Oh God, when was the last time I clipped Kev? I need to start clipping Kevin more, don't I? Chaos ensues. Kevin's never in comment. In some odd way, I do actually agree with you, Jim. Leave our Brummy comrade alone. He's got enough on his plate, including rats and dealing with this government and actually feeding himself. and a variety of local cats, apparently. I would never presume to do that. I just want the clips. Seriously, take me out of context. It's probably going to be fucking hilarious anyway. I say mad shit all the time. Stop it! Stop calling it yourself. Excuse me.
To do to like get things on the right course. He gets really angry and he's like, I don't want to do this fucking job. Even though he gets elected to several important financial committees, but he starts whining to his mentors in the Catholic clergy and the university that he doesn't want to do this job he campaigned to get. It's too hard. He's stuck in the mud. And his mentors are like, but you're in power. You have a chance to put your theory into practice. And they accuse him of not taking the work seriously.
I would like to add that this is the most relatable man we have ever covered on this show.
Right. And just the terms like, yeah, it sucks to be in politics.
Yeah, it's a guy that wanted a job, and then he's immediately like, I immediately regret wanting this job.
Oh my God,
you have this job you wanted.
Yeah.
And I fucking hate it.
Yeah, it's terrible. And he gets really lucky that in October, like he only ever does like 2 days actually doing this job in Parliament. And in October, the Conservative government
Prime Minister Katie Marshall. Chances. Things are happening. Don James! Praise be, Don James. The Shredder. Thank you, Don James. Yay! Everyone, go and follow Don James. He is amazing. He is a guitarist and a great musician. Be based. Rejoice, comrades! My first ever mod! Vitingale, darling! Hello! I demand all of you to go and follow Vitingale right this minute. Hi, Vitingale. How you doing? Welcome in. Sorry to bring the mood down. We are covering Antonio Salazar, the Portuguese fascist. People need to know about these people, obviously. It's going well, actually. Thank you. "35 subscribers. So for whatever reason, and I love them desperately, 35 people are paying for me. Thank you. Much appreciated. Why? 327 followers. Bring it on. I'm getting close to you, Vitingale. Portuguese fascist dictator. He was born in the late 1800s, and he was in power when Franco was in power. Well, he got to power between the two wars, kind of libertarian, kind of kind of liberal, but fascist all the same. He didn't like Franco. We've not got to that bit yet, but he didn't like Franco. Franco was a bit more upfront, if you would put it that way. He tried to take control in other means, subverting political power and the structure of the actual state of Portugal. Franco just went out there and ordered people to kill lots of people, essentially. Franco's takeover was more overtly violent. Salazar's wasn't. It was more insidious, really. Still fascist, obviously. Subverting the will of the state to get yourself into power. Never be known, obviously. Thank you, Vitingale. I love you. Ooh, 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 do, 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 do. Good. That. I demand you go and follow Vitingale and Don James. At this very minute, I will be heard. If you like music, especially trans and LGBTQI+, go and follow Vitingale. And if you love someone just shredding a guitar, go and follow Don James. He is brilliant. He be based. I do command it. Thank you, Vitingale. You're welcome. I shout out all of my friends. Thank you so much for being here, Vitingale. I really do appreciate it. Between you and... Do you know Shanna? Did he? Oh, did she? Oh, Vitingale. Thank you. Hi, Don. I don't know why she's even attempting this. My niece, I love them desperately, is trying to get me a ticket to go with her to go and see Oasis here in Glasgow. Huh? I will go with her to protect her, obviously, but to physically pay money to go and see Noel and Liam? Maybe. Do it. It's gonna be at fucking Hampden. Don't get me wrong, I can get to Hampden easy enough. I say my niece is actually their girlfriend that will be buying. And saying that, she won't be buying the tickets. My niece's girlfriend works for... I don't want to say. Just think Beta, but change the first letter. She works for them and she gets corporate tickets. Do I? Quite possibly. Scottish, Don. Scottish. It's not that. I've always thought that Liam was a bit of a dick. Don't get me wrong, Noel's a dick as well. Noel's the better singer in my opinion, but he writes all the music and lyrics. Oh, I could go into a family dive on the Gallagher brothers if you like. We were born and brought up with them, basically. Trust me, Liam Gallagher is a dickhead. He is. I'm not. All the bands that I love, I go and research all the individual members as much as I can, whatever information is out there on the web. You don't get everything, obviously, but I curate lots of little files in my phone and on the cloud. I do it up here and I send it up to the cloud, essentially. I'm a bit mental like that. I was going to say a bit sad because it was the parent family day. Of course, Dawn. Feel free.
Coalition collapses because left-wing militants assassinate the prime minister and a number of their other conservative political enemies. So he's like, well, I guess I'm not going to continue trying to be in the government. Seems dangerous right now. I'm going to go back to being a teacher. And all this violence, which isn't limited to the assassination.
Oh, Vitingale already knows that I'm a communist. Dawn. Hello. Marcat79 Scotty, aye. Or over on the YouTube. Katie Marshall 4340. I am a Scottish disabled Marxist who streams, and I'm a little bit mental at times. Don't get me wrong, a lot of people are. We do go on some tangents. I stream history and science and disability issues. I have a degree, virology and parasitology. And I like modern musicals, really. And I still love, like, heavy metal and stuff. Feel free to come back anytime. Or just watch me ramble about shit. I usually cover, like, history and disability issues and health issues and stuff. And the current state of the world. Please stop the world. I want to get off now, please. And until I can actually get off the fucking timeline, I'm here to help. I'm here to educate. I'm here to listen to music. Oh, yes. Oh my, Vitingale, I'm a member of the Scottish Green Party now. And I speak up for disability and health issues. My wheelhouse, really. Obviously politics as well. I am so glad your president is out of my country now. Donald, I didn't want you to come here anyway, so thank fuck you're away now. Just stay over in the States. I am trying to help in my own little way, kinda. Scottish Greens. The Scottish Green Party. Pretty easy. I want free public transport, free health, and tidal power, tidal generation of electricity. An end to fossil fuels. And power will have blasted into everyone's house at 6 a.m. in the morning. Kidding about that one. If anything. Enter Sandman, maybe?
Or to the left, there's just a lot of political violence, largely in Lisbon, and it's happening as they're going through multiple governments every single year. There's all this conflict. The economy is in the shitter. The currency is worth nothing. The republic is obviously weak, and people are tired of just this constant turnover of nothing working. And as they're continuing to be exhausted, in 1922. They watch fascism come to Italy, and they also watch this right-wing military dictatorship take over in Spain under Primo de Rivera the following year. And they're like, well, maybe, maybe it's not exactly Italian fascism, maybe it's not exactly what the Spanish are doing, but some sort of like authoritarian right-wing regime, maybe that'll fix all of our problems, right?
That's all. Yeah, that'll fix that. Historically, fix this problem.
Yeah, historically seems like the right idea.
Yeah, just fascism primavera or whatever the hell.
Yeah, Primo de Rivera. Yeah, we'll take it. So by this point, the right is ascendant across Portugal. Young military officers who had been radicalized during the war link up with youth organizations, a lot of which had been inspired by Maurus's movement in France and the writing of guys like Salazar, right? He's not like leading directly, but he has been the intellectual father of a lot of these kind of right-wing youth organizations. And they are starting to gain power, even at the same time as he can barely keep himself together. Like, he is scared by, number one, it's dangerous to be a public conservative intellectual in this period. It's dangerous to be anyone who's public and political in this period.
Dangerous to be an intellectual in any period.
Right. It's never super safe. And he's kind of crippled by panic attacks and psychosomatic illnesses. Yes, right? Like, he can't really keep himself together, even though his side of things seems to be doing well. He runs for office in 1925, and he does not do a great job of it, right? His heart really isn't in it. And then in May...
Vitingale and Dawn. Look at this. It rules. 2, 3, 4. The vote green in the middle is not one of mine. That's from Helena or No Justice MTG. Go and follow her. She is based. I love Helena. The two either side of vote green. I commissioned them. Still actually figuring out how to get the other one cropped properly. I will get there.
May of 1926, without Salazar's help, the Republican government falls to a military coup by these right-wing military officers. Now, by this point, the economy is in the shitter completely, which is a big part of why the coup succeeds. Like, the old government hadn't been keeping things together, and they don't have much support. The generals who'd overthrown the Republican government know they can't just sit back and hope for things to get better, right? They had the military might to take over, but they don't know how to run an economy, right? They're generals, and they're Portuguese generals, so they barely know how to run a military, right? I don't want to quote.
What a win, then,
Yeah, it's not hard to take over from the guys without.
Quick aside, about 5 or 10, less than between 5 and 10 of the generals in Portugal at this time did know how to actually run the military and how to run the civil authority kind of battle. Classic pulse and stuff. They did actually, because a lot of them were ex-soldiers, and they just went in after they demobbed or got discharged. Most of them went into the police forces across Portugal, or up and down and slightly across Portugal and stuff, so they could keep the peace. Let's just put it that way. So they could do that side of it, but actually running an entire country does take some skills, I guess.
Guns, right?
Yeah,
or without as many of them.
I guess that's right. But it's just very funny that they're like, look, they're bad at pretty much everything.
Yeah, we don't know how to
Yeah, how bad.
The previous guys were.
Yeah.
And so they're going to be like, we need someone to help us figure out how to actually fix things. Otherwise, we're just going to get overthrown in short succession. I'm going to quote from an article in the New York Times by Alden Whitman here. The victorious generals asked Salazar, then reputed to be an economic wizard, to take over the Ministry of Finance. He demanded a free hand to execute his reforms, and this being refused, he went back to teaching. And this is what's so interesting to me about Salazar, is he's not, in a lot of ways, like a guy like Hitler or like a guy like Mussolini. He's interested in power, or he wouldn't have gotten into politics at all or entertained the idea, but it's not his primary motivating force in life. He actually does have a plan B, and he would have been somewhat content just continuing to be an intellectual. So, like, taking power, being a dictator is an option for him, but it's not his only option, and it's not the one he's putting most of his effort and time into, right?
I like the idea that he's just playing hard to get.
Yeah, he's like,
it's like he's buying a car.
Right.
And he's like, this is what I want. And like, well, we can't do that. He's like, well, then I'm going to walk away.
Then I'll walk away.
We can move some numbers around here.
Yeah. And that's kind of what happens here, right? Is that he shows that, like, I'm not obsessed with taking this position unless I can really get a free hand in things. And the generals are desperate enough that, like, eventually they agree to do that. I'm going to quote.
He learned this from all the fucking.
Right. Yes. That's what taught him how to win the dictatorship of Portugal.
There it is. You show too much interest. You say you write an essay about it. That's not going to go great.
Vitingale, can you tell me any more about these guys, if you can? No pressure, of course. Oh, so much better.
Got to neg the military dictatorship in order to be appointed the dictator, right?
Yeah,
that's how it always works.
I would be your dictator if you wore makeup or something.
Yeah, if you dress up a little bit. Come on, how many medals have you guys even won here?
Are we not even shaving our country's legs anymore?
Yeah, like what's going on, Portugal military? Get some better cannons or something. So I'm going to quote from Whitman's article again here. 2 years later, General Antonio Oscar de Fragoso Carmona engineered his election as president of Portugal, and he promptly put Salazar in charge of the nation's purse strings. By cutting public spending and by judicious taxation, Salazar succeeded within a year in balancing the budget for the first time since 1910. Shortly, too, he liquidated the foreign debt and lifted the escudo, the monetary unit, to a premium on foreign exchanges.
The end. That's the end. Congratulations.
The end of the story.
He's a great man.
He
For those who don't know for what the guys just said there, he basically equated the currency to the rest of the Western world, essentially, which at that point in time was us over here, or up here from Portugal's perspective. France, not Russia. Japan, kind of. And the Middle East, mostly, and the States. We're going to piggyback, kind of, mostly, to make Portugal great again. Wait, don't get me wrong, he did actually change the way the Portuguese economy worked back then. They're still using some of his doctrine, kind of, a little bit. Actually funding the country itself, but limiting foreign input. We aren't, obviously, and neither is this, well, I've never really understood the American economy. Do American economists understand the American economy? I doubt it. And if they do, don't trust them.
Gets his free hand in managing the economy, and he's really good at it, right? He manages to do what his predecessors could never do. He balances the budget, and he takes the escudo had been like a laughingstock in European finance for years, and he restores stability in a way that just hadn't existed for a long time. His popularity grows, and it becomes very clear to the military that Salazar is indispensable in politics, right? Like, we have the guns, but we don't know how to manage an economy. We're certainly not any better at it than the people that we deposed.
They have the plans, but we have the power.
Right. Yeah. just like in The Simpsons. In 1932, Salazar becomes the president of the Council of Ministries, which effectively puts him in charge of the country, right? So he's kind of like, because he's so good at this, these generals, all they know how to do is, control the guys with guns. But Salazar knows how to make the economy stable, which allows him to keep the wealthy and the powerful on his side and keep the people from rioting too much. And so he just keeps demanding more and more power. And the military's like, I guess, yeah, you can have it, right? I guess you can have some more. I guess you can have some more.
He's like, I'll buy you some guns.
Yeah, exactly. And kind of bit by bit, he winds up the absolute dictator of Portugal. And he's like, starts to sideline the military and kick guys out who are threats to his power as he gains more. And everyone's too scared of him because they can't keep the economy going on their own, right? Which is such a different way from these other fascists. He's not brought to power by a populist uprising. He doesn't like win mass votes in an election. He's not like Mussolini or like Hitler. He keeps showing results in the economy and demanding more control. And the military's like, well, no one else knows how to steer this thing, right? So I guess, sure. I found a write-up in the textbook Portuguese Studies by Paul Santos and Luciano de la Rue, and it describes what happens next. Within 4 short years, Salazar had so enhanced his prestige and developed his political power that he was nominated prime minister. The army had no desire to govern and no plan for government anyway, so they handed power back to civilians whom they regarded as trustworthy enough to protect their honor and keep...
It's the rise of the Portuguese fascist dictator Salazar. He was born in the late 1800s. And you can think of him as a contemporary of some Austrian and Franco and some Italian fascist, if you will. Basically, he was contemporary for all the fascist uprisings, but he done it in his own unique way in Portugal. Don't get me wrong, the man, he was fascist. Salazar was fascist, trust me on this. He was a Catholic fascist, after fashion. No love lost, really. Glad he's dead. Whoa, dude. Oh no. Yeah. And while all of this is going on in Europe, Churchill still exists. In his own special way, he was actually helping support Salazar. Thank you, Churchill. You're a fucking monster. if you, I know a little bit about Salazar. I know more about Mussolini and Franco and some Austrian. I know a fuck ton about Churchill because British. And I know a lot about your own country as well because, who'd have think it? You were a colony. So, Scotland. I know more about like Europe, UK, France, Germany, parts of Italy, Greece, and the Ottoman Empire and stuff, and a little bit about Scandinavian countries or Nordics, whatever one you prefer. I know more about that. I know enough about Spain to actually get along. I know some about Portugal, but not enough. You can put Salazar in. How would I classify him? Not as far right as Mussolini and Hitler, but still fascist. Right wing, definitely right wing, but not as overt. Let's put it that way. That's the easiest way to say it. Don't get me wrong, he done absolute fucking murderous things, or ordered people to do murderous things when he got to full power in the second part of this episode. But Mussolini and Hitler and Franco get talked more about, but this bastard, he got in the sneaky way, actually appealing to the masses, which shouldn't have worked because he's a fascist. And a Catholic fascist. Holy fuck.
His position secure. Therefore, while the military had brought Salazar to power, the regime that he molded, the Estado Novo, after the return to barracks, was very largely civilian. And the Estado Novo is proclaimed in 1933. It means new state, right? So Salazar is kind of officially in full power in 33, the same year that Hitler rises to power. And he says, like, we've got a new state, right? And there's a new deal almost for Portugal and her government. And Salazar...
That's where FDR got it.
That's where FDR took it from.
You should sue FDR.
Yeah, or FDR should... So Salazar cribs a lot from Hitler, and which is part of why he gets accused of being a hat. But it's just sort of the aesthetics, right? Like you can see, he sees that like, okay, there's some value in some of these fascist aesthetics, but that's not how he gains power, right? He doesn't take power the way that Hitler does. He kind of like almost infects the coup that took power and then like takes over it. He's like one of those bugs that gets inside a wasp's brain if the wasp is the Portuguese military.
Makes it like a zombie bug or whatever.
Right. That's how he does it, which is very different from the other fascists.
No, it kind of seems like he's just using the Hitler stuff as like flourishes.
Yeah, like, oh, I can dress it up a little. This is working right now. This is the new hotness. Sure. Yeah.
Zhuzh it up a little bit.
Yeah, let's sprinkle a little bit of Hitler around the edges. Yeah.
Get a little Hitler in there.
Yeah, a little bit of Hitler in there for some spice.
Much, yeah.
Just a dash of Hitler. Yeah.
And he has a secret police state, as we'll talk about, and he's going to use force and violence. And he's going to crib from the Nazis very directly in several ways as to how his secret police works. But he doesn't have a cult of personality like Hitler does. And he's actually he has some respect for Hitler in the early period, but he's also like, he's looking at all these weird esoteric aspects of Hitler's fascism, like his beliefs in race science. And he's like, this guy's just kind of weird,
Yeah,
right?
I'll also add that like not calling attention to it is a
Yeah.
pretty good way to have a 40-year reign instead of a shoot yourself in a bunker reign.
Right, exactly. Salazar doesn't want to be a shoot himself in the bunker guy.
No, man, he's spoiling the frog in the slow way, you know, like
What's interesting about him and the smartest thing about him is he understands there's a limit to how much power you should seek. Salazar's never going to be a, what if I tried to take all of Europe guy? He's like, I'm content with Portugal, you know, and all of her African properties, which are much larger than Portugal, right? But as we'll talk about, that's a big deal. But he's never going to be a gamble too much to keep power sort of guy. He's smarter than that.
Rejoice, comrades! The legendary story girl is here. Hi, Gemma. Hi, darling. How are you doing? Great to see you. How is Radderley doing? If I could, I would get down to you to give you a big hug. That's my opinion as well, really. He wasn't, the guys have just said, he wasn't as fair as like fucking some Italian who ended upside down on a lamppost. 707's in chat, people. Or some Austrian who blew his own brains out. He done it the sneaky way. By slowly subverting the organs of state, really. I have no idea what that looks like, not that I'm living under it, of course. Keep it sort of like mini bread and circuses, I think, really. Just keep them on an even keel so they don't actually tip over and say, why the fuck are we living under this regime, and do something radical. In the end, it's not going to fucking work like that. Oh god, yes he did. No there isn't, James. Don. No there isn't. Not so ever. At all. Ever. That is why I exist in the world. Give me my katana and I can do things. Again, no violence. Please, no violence. I'm not here provoking action and uprising. Education. Yeah, it was just to basically show you what Salazar was like. Don't get me wrong, they're quite intelligent individuals, but they're on their own tack, really. I always say each to their own until disagrees with like sort of my lived experience and my friends and comrades' lived experience. The education is helpful, let's put it that way. I do actually need to read up more on Salazar, really. I am fed up of reading about Mussolini, Hitler and Franco. I know lots about those bastards. Please, no, just fuck off. All you absolute right-wing fucking idiots. Stop mythologizing that bastard. He was a lunatic. Salazar was sneaky. Doesn't make him any less a fascist. As much as I loathe this bastard, Nightingale or Story Girl, poll in the chat. Was Churchill a fascist? Aye or no? He died before I was even born. He died when my mum was a child. 8 or 9, I think. My mum. When that absolute fucking monster croaked it.
Probably the smartest of these kind of right-wing dictators in Europe in this period.
I read that some of those Hitler Germans are going to be learning Portuguese, if you know what I mean.
They sure are. Salazar is a dyed-in-the-wool corporatist. His charter for the Estado Novo, which is approved by plebiscite in 1933, which is ostensibly a public vote, but is not really a free one. This new state is described in the plebiscite as a unitary and corporative state. Only one party is allowed in the assembly, and the premier, who's appointed by the president, is unaccountable. Salazar is the premier in the early days, as well as the finance minister, and over the years he's going to serve as foreign minister, minister of war, and minister of the colonies. Kind of whenever he wants to assert direct control, he'll just have himself made the minister of that thing, right? But he's always the dictator, right? He's always kind of the guy where the buck stops. And one of the first big things he cracks down on once the Estado Novo is declared the law of the land is women's rights. Salazar writes that because women are so key to the structure of the family, they shouldn't be voting as a general rule. Now, because he's this guy, he's got a lot of close female friends who he takes very seriously. He's not completely against women having the vote. So he wants rich women to be able to vote. If you've got university education, then you can vote as a woman, which you don't necessarily need as a man, even though nobody's vote really matters all that much, right? And his argument is that, like, yeah, a few women have the rights to vote, but most women should be forced to maintain a sort of femininity that he argues is conducive to the Catholic norms of family life. Now, this is where he's... Yeah.
Is he 2025?
Yeah, he's modern in that way, right? And like all of these modern guys we have who say the same shit, he doesn't follow any of these rules in his normal life. He never marries, and he never has kids. And he maintains this carousel of powerful women as lovers and advisors. He's willing to make exceptions for women that he personally respects, but he's not willing to live like the idolized Portuguese citizen, nor does he want to have a family of his own.
Catherine the Great energy coming off of him, huh?
Very much so, right? Per an article on Portugal.com, financial abuse against women was institutionalized. The law allowed husbands to prohibit wives from working outside the home. Women were not allowed to access certain professions, diplomacy, the military, etc., and certain professions like nursing had limited rights, such as the right to marry. A wife needed the consent of her husband to travel to another country. Contraceptives were only allowed for health reasons, and even so, the husband would need to give consent. Abortion was illegal in all cases, with a prison sentence of up to 8 years. And so he cracks down on women's rights, and alongside this comes a crackdown in the right to dissent in any way that might force a change in the Estado Novo. Salazar never tries. This is not a totalitarian state in the same way that is attempted in, like, Germany.
What the fuck?
But this is very likely. The fact that he's not trying for complete control is not that he doesn't want it or is a better guy. It's that he's smarter. He knows that, like, you know, if you grasp too tightly, shit slides through your fingers, right? You know, we all know our Star Wars, right?
We all know Princess Leia Organa talking to Grand Moff Tarkin on the Death Star.
And he's like, yeah, that's not really worth investing in, right? There's an amount of force that is worthwhile to deploy against the people to stop things from getting too far along. But there's an amount of force that is going to, like, be dangerous to me and will drive up, like, support for any kind of, like, rebellious movement. And I'm not going to play into that. So the new constitution makes place for a new secret police force, the PVDE, which in English stands for the State Surveillance and Defense Police. And the PVDE is going to go under a couple of different names over the course of the Estado Novo. We're going to call them the PVDE right now for the sake of going forward. And to be fair, he didn't start Portugal having a secret police. This is always the case with these things. This starts in the Republic. The Republic began having a secret police force, and under the Republic, this secret police force starts maintaining a prison called the Aljude in Lisbon. I'm going to quote from an article in the newspaper Portugal Resident here. The building is close to the cathedral in the center of Lisbon and has a long history of imprisonment, firstly until 1820 for those condemned by the ecclesiastical courts, and for the next 100 years for women convicted of common crimes. The word aljube comes from the Arabic and means either a well or cistern, and by extension, a dungeon. So starting in 1928, the military dictatorship began building a network of informants through the PVDE and started the practice of sending them to Aljude to be tortured. Salazar turns up the speed on this process, and under his new state, creative new torture methods are introduced.
Hell yeah, man. It's called innovation.
It's called innovate. We're going to beat people, and we're going to sleep deprive them, but we're also going to introduce something new called the statue, which is where a prisoner is forced to stand with his arms extended without moving for hours or even days at a time. And if you waver...
I'm going to tell you, though, that's really great for your shoulders.
Oh, yeah, incredible shoulder exercise.
Because what you're doing is instead of building bulk, you're actually building a more tight, striated muscle. It's really, really good if you're like a fighter.
Now, the downside of this is you get beaten senseless by the guards if you move your arms at all, which is not so good for building up good striated muscle.
Okay? It's called coaching.
It's called coaching.
We're
trying to make you stronger.
I'm like, to me, I'm like, yeah, that sounds pretty standard. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. We're gonna make
shoulders are looking great in a scenario like that.
That's what brings the regime down, is they make too many great boxers.
Yeah. Too many powerful, tight fighters, man.
Yeah. So the name of the game in this new state is maintaining a sense of quiet respectability and not freaking out the regular citizenry too much, right? And this is while torturing anyone who's like too much of a communist or Republican activist. So that you're still kind of, it's not, accountability would be the wrong term, but Salazar is scared of being too publicly brutal. And in fact, once the neighborhood complains about the constant screaming coming from the Aljude prison, the PVDE moves their torture operations to a more secluded environment. So there's like we're not going to be better, but we will be quieter, because again, we don't want to be too over the line here. Otherwise, that's going to like spark the kind of rebellion we don't want to deal with.
I like that it's just like a noise complaint.
Yeah, it's like a noise complaint. You got to be quieter with the torture, guys.
Can you keep the suffering down a little bit?
Yeah, you're freaking out the neighbors, and some of them have real money, like they're taxpayers, right? We don't want to make them uncomfortable. So the new state has begun at this point by like the mid-30s, and for the next 4 decades, Antonio Salazar will rule Portugal with an iron fist, and we'll talk about what he does in power in part 2. But first, Jeff, we're going to talk about where the audience can find you on the internet.
Oh, God. That's where I live.
That's where you live. That's where we all live.
I do a lot of stuff, and it's really fun, and it's all very different. So you're welcome to check out any or all of these things. First and foremost, I have a show called Jeff Has Cool Friends, where I interview just people that I think are in my life that I find very interesting. Sometimes they are famous celebrities, and sometimes they're people I went to high school with, but it's really fun. It's a really fun way to sort of learn more about people and stuff like that. I do that show. I also do a show called Nerd on that same network as well, the Jeff Has Cool Friends sort of brand that's with my friend Dre Alvarez. And I also do a monthly show called The Monthly Flow with Andrea Gazzetta. You can get those all early, uncensored bonus stuff at patreon.com/JeffMay. You can get Nerd and Jeff Has Cool Friends for free everywhere else later.
Hell yeah.
I do Tom and Jeff Watch Batman with our friend Tom Ryman on Gamefully Unemployed. I do lots of great shows with Adam Todd Brown on the You Don't Even Like podcast network. I also open cards on camera, and I send them to people on the @JeffHasCoolCards network, and you can actually get cards in the mail, like a care package from me over on the Patreon. So lots of really cool stuff, and you can find me at HeyThereJeffro2 on Instagram, because they booted my last one because they accused me of selling sex. Which I did not do.
No,
I do not have the confidence to do that.
Yeah, unlike Antonio Salazar.
Oh, he didn't have to sell it.
No, he was giving that shit away.
And if you're in Burbank or the Southern California area, I do a great comedy show the second Friday of every month at Blast from the Past on Magnolia, and it is called Mint on Card. It's a comedy in a toy store.
Comedy in a toy store. Well, everybody, check out Jeff. Find him on the old internet, and find us on Thursday, which is like 2 days from now, talking about the rest of Antonio Salazar's life. All right, that's it.
Bye.
Bye.
Music break is in order. Oh God. I don't care if I get copyright. I don't care.
Fight, little wolf, fight, wanna entertain me, bite. Fight, little wolf, fight, wanna entertain me, bite. Little wolf, bite, let's see how you take this. Strike, little wolf, strike, wanna be a man.
You and I are through.
Fight, little wolf, fight, wanna entertain me, bite. Little wolf, bite, let's see how you take this. Strike, little wolf, strike, wanna be a man then. Fight, little wolf, fight, little wolf, fight. You've made your worst mistake here, might be your last one too. You'll have run out of bones to break when you and I are through. I'll teach you all the lessons your daddy never could. This cruel world doesn't give out presents just for being good. So fight, little wolf, fight, wanna entertain me, bite. Little wolf, bite, let's see how you take this. Strike, little wolf, strike, wanna be a man then fight. Little wolf, fight, little wolf, fight. What? Die, little wolf, die, don't you know it's vital? Fly, little wolf, fly, all because you had to. Try, little wolf, try, run away before you die. Little wolf, die, little wolf, die.
Need some help?
What's going on here?
Is your plan to stand around? Cause I suggest you fight back.
I don't know how.
Uppercut him, now.
Whoa. How did I do that? This time now moving slow.
No, I just made your thoughts quick.
Whoa, that is so sick.
Alright now, let's try this again. I've no respect for bullies, those who wear clothes that well. I've seen plenty I pushed you a bit too hard.
Ow. Go back and cry in your corner. Make sure your mother hears. If she won't choose a man to adorn her, we'll bring blood and tears. Tell me, Athena, why you came to my aid.
I'm supposed to choose a suitor to wear the crown. I said I would choose as soon as I leave the shroud. They don't know that every night I unthread all the work I've done. 'Cause I'd rather lie than allow them to think they've won. Though I never thought I would resort to this. Just know all the year.
But I don't know how much longer I'll last since we saw that storm. And though it was so close to our kingdom, it was far from the norm. Unless, oh, could it be some kind of sign that the world is all about to change? Is it finally time for the challenge I arranged? Though I never thought that it would come to this. Just know I'll be here buying you time. Time to be the man of the house. Time to be the man of the house. Whoever can string my husband's bow and shoot through 12 axes cleanly will be the new king. Sit down at the throne and rule with me as his queen. Let the arrow fly once you know that your aim is true. 'Cause I'd rather die than go on without the best of you. Though I never thought that these would be the lengths we go for love, I would not have it any other way. And though I never thought that it wouldn't take this, just know I'll be here.
That was my savior. She'll make me do a whole lot of labor.
There are other ways of persuasion. There are other modes of control. There are other means of deceit. There are other roads to the soul. There are other options of passion. You have so much left to learn. Want to save your men from the fire? Show me that you're willing to burn.
Who's to say with the mistakes I've made
Don't be
that
afraid.
they will be the last mistakes I ever made?
Don't break them.
There is so much power, but there's no puppets here.
This is the price we
I'm
pay.
just
There is no line.
I'm
Never
just
enough. So much power, but there's no puppet here.
that. I get home, my wife waits for me. She's my everything, my Penelope, and she's all my power, all my power. But
Hi, Martin. Rejoice, comrades. It's the Morton has arrived. It was good hearing you on Kev, by the way. I loved that. Look at that shirt. I am open for options, my friend. I will do the second part of Antonio Salazar. Technically today, but in a good few hours. Fuck it. Let's see how Dave.
Do you like to see?
Oh Christ, it was live 3 hours ago. God damn it! Heavy metal, not metal. Fucking idiot. God, no, it's not fucking worth it.
Do you like to see angry neckbeards comment?
Oh, that might actually be educational. I have no idea. That's why I took it off in the first place. I will be losing the chat off my phone. I was now in.
Who wants there to be Nazi representation. Going for pumpkin spice Nick Oreo. Here we go.
Okay. Hello, can you hear us?
Hi, what's up?
Well, we're about to start the show. Are you guys ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay.
Ready.
Welcome one and all to yet another episode of WIC TV. It's a cross-ideological space where we come together to talk about issues both political and cultural, from the silly to the serious. And today we are going to be talking about what I consider a very important issue.
The fact that your biggest guest is currently going through the court system for sharing pornography of people you both worked with? Surely.
Should we be courting the far left? What?
I order you, all of you, to go and follow President Sunday. He be based. He be Canadian. And he tolerates me in his chat. I do actually need to reach out more to President Sunday. He be good. Destiny's in the top middle. Where's Wick? Oh, bottom right. The other three, I don't know. If anyone could tell me who the other three guys are, please educate me.
No, stay away from us, please. Thank you.
Or who do we consider the far left? Which is more of a threat to America in general? The question was asked, who would you vote for, Hassan or Trump? And I think it's an interesting thought experiment to go through.
I don't think it's that interesting that, surprise, surprise, Destiny, who wants there to be Nazi representation on college campuses, would rather have Trump in office than Hassan Piker.
There were some disagreements, so I thought I'd gather people together to hash those out and have a discussion on it. Just a note before we begin, I know there's some tensions are high in different communities and things like that, so I might be a little more heavy-handed on moderation than I normally would be, because
Okay, well, I've got a solution for all of you. Canada, Canadian healthcare, look it up. We have the solution for you.
Good point.
I want the topic itself to be discussed, at least a little. But other than that, I'm just going to give them...
Rich, thanks for the $4.99. I appreciate it.
Mic to you guys and let you guys go at it. We're going to hand the mic first to Econoboy, give his thoughts, and then we'll just kind of go around. Econoboy.
I should be careful. I don't know anything about Econoboy. Econoboy is probably okay.
Start us off.
Yeah. So, for those listening, the topic is courting the far left. I take that to be essentially a political and strategic discussion about whether or not and how exactly we should or should not court the far.
Oh, you poor bastard.
Far left. And the way that I think of the far left, there's a lot of polls on this. Based on all the research that I was able to do, about 10% of people that vote for Democrats call themselves socialist, and about another 10% call themselves extremely liberal. So if we were to think...
He said he likes Brianna Wu? Econoboy? After Brianna Wu publicly abused him on stream and made him cry? Damn.
Kamala got about 49% of the vote. That's to say that something like 10% of those people are either extremely liberal or socialist by their self-identification. And so I think that what that means to me is that we should take what those people say, those actually existing far-left voters, seriously. That to the extent that they have demands, they should have a seat at the table. We should try to come up with some sort of coalition and platform that can balance the needs and desires of the far left.
Yeah, I'm going to stop you right there. Econoboy and Pisco, it's not happening. That's not happening, guys. Everyone knows you were silent throughout the entirety of the genocide so far. Everyone knows the only reason why you're not still sucking at Destiny's ungenerous but still existent teat is that it became untenable in the wake of the pornography leak scandal coming out. That's it. And not it coming out, it being forced to be specifically acknowledged. Because until that point, all of y'all were silent, said nothing. You were praying it would go away. And even this, by the by, the fact they're having this conversation, and that isn't a deterrent to civility, means that Pisco right here, is normalizing interactions with Destiny so he can do it more. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. Nobody cares about the policy discussions between these people. None of these people are movers and shakers. These are nobodies. They're big for political streamers, not even for streamers, to be clear, for political streamers. Your stream almost like Monopoly working? Oh, look at that.
And the very, very centrist in the party, recognizing that we're in a big tent. And then when it comes...
Gengaros super chatted $5. I'm gonna buy your cardigans. Got to look posh for my job.
Excellent taste, thank you.
Comes to anti-electoral leftists and anti-democratic leftists, which I'm sure we'll talk about on the show, I think that to the extent that those people have big platforms, Democrats should engage with those platforms. So if Pete Buttigieg wants to go on Hassan's stream and espouse the greatness of his campaign or the Democratic Party or something, I don't really have a big problem with that. But I don't think that people like that should be part of the inner party or should be invited to the DNC. Somebody like Mamdani, if he becomes the mayor of New York, probably should get a speaking spot at the DNC, but probably not.
Gengaros, what color of cardigan are you picking out?
People like Hassan, because it's not clear.
I like the bone, personally.
To me, that Hassan is quote unquote an ally of the Democratic Party. And what I'll say is one last thing. I'll say that, I think Destiny had said at some point he had clarified that essentially people who use the label of socialist should be treated like Nazis. I take that to mean that they should be very harshly socially excluded from the broader movement of the
Well, I mean, Destiny's been very clear. He thinks there should be allowances for Nazis to organize on college campuses. This is something he has fought with people over. Maybe we should be thanking him.
Democratic Party or the broader...
He's very nice to Nazis. I take that as a sign of kindness.
Left. But I think that would be extremely counterproductive because, again, these are just a big chunk of the people of the Democratic Party. I think I get accused of wanting...
CQC is rated in. Welcome, nerds.
To shrink the tent because I want to primary pro-filibuster senators, right? on ideological grounds. But I think to say that we should shun basically everyone that calls themselves a socialist in the Democratic Party, that's to say that we should shun essentially 10% of the base, which is, I don't know, I just think that's much more counterproductive than just trying to build a coalition with them.
Okay. All right. I've been reading a lot of D.H. Lawrence recently, particularly his psychoanalysis and the unconscious. And he talks a lot about the role of the spine in the formation of self-awareness and consciousness and so on and so forth. And the identification of the mother and the the generation of independence and all that weird stuff. And nobody on this panel has any use for this book.
Okay, thank you.
You'd be
and
better
we will
just
get
using
into
the
as we
book
go. I'm
to
going to hand the mic next to Pisco. Go ahead.
educate
So
them
it
in
obviously
other
depends on
ways.
what you mean by court and what you mean by the far left. So
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
obviously, like, I would be in support if by far left you mean people like Mamdani, people like AOC, these kinds of people who identify, Bernie Sanders as a
Really don't-
socialist.
Hang on, sorry. My apologies. Better.
I think that there are absolutely things that we can agree on with socialists, and we're a big tent enough coalition if what you mean by far left includes those people. But ultimately, this is a conversation I think about semantics. What is the far left? Who are the group of people who are like anti-liberal or anti-constitutional that you want to exclude? And to what extent do you want to exclude them? Does exclude mean invite them, don't invite them to create a party platform? Does exclude mean not interact with them in any respect? Even as Econoboy mentioned, to like use their platform either for a debate or to like promote the candidacy or to try to convince people. I don't know if I'll go that far. I certainly wouldn't want to incorporate any Marxist-Leninist ideas into the Democratic platform if that's what's being meant by courting the voters or courting the far left. So ultimately, it's a semantic argument, but we're not here for that. We're here because, in my opinion, there's been a bad faith campaign to basically smear me and Econoboy and Josiah as having moved to the far left, as having put space in our coalition to really allow for anti-democratic, anti-constitutional ideas and to not push back on them. And I think what you'll find that there are tensions right now, I think, in the different coalitions, the different viewer bases, but they don't have to do with a big substantive disagreement. I encourage everyone who's watching, actually look during the course of this conversation, how much disagreement substantive
You're a good bootlicker, Pisco.
is there going to be? If we're talking about like this semantic game about what a socialist is a socialist a Nazi? Stephen is going to just fucking get crushed on that argument by Econoboy in terms of what a normal person means by the term socialist, how those terms are used. If he can produce any evidence whatsoever that me, Econoboy,
The reason why I'm showing this, we'll get to it soon. They might think that they are good at rhetoric. No, they are not. It just turned out being a screaming match. And as always, we need to see what to look out for. Obviously, this is just drama, but fuck it. I have given my due to President Sunday because he listens to this on a daily basis, all this kind of bollocks, not just with these people, but other sorts of individuals. Thank you, President Sunday. I don't know how you can cope. If I listen to Destiny too much, I'd probably turn into a raging fucking trot again. And I'm not going to regress. I'm not going to do that. It's not worth me covering it. But just seeing the Bloodsport happen, fuck it, why not?
or anyone on Live and Learn did something wrong in like bringing on the Vanguard. Notice if you can bring up anything that shows that we are taking a kind of illiberal approach or trying to do some kind of bad faith, like a courting of the tanky vote. If you can point to any specifics, or we're really just going to
imagine having to live like these people. Like, just, dear God, what a dreary existence. Man.
Have more fucking nitpicking on the sides while he encourages and frankly I think smears us as tankies, anti-liberal, and anti-constitutional. So I'm here definitely to get clarity on terms and to notice actually what is the room of substantive disagreement here, or is all of this a fugazi to cover up spite and personal conflict between him?
What are the viewers like? 420, damn.
And other streamers, and is there really evidence that we're
and he still hasn't broken past 7.7k subscribers. It's like a comedy.
Moving to the tanky left or the illiberal left.
This is going to be funding WIC for the next month.
Thank you for being here, and I'm sure we will get into all of that. Let's give it.
Did you just say thank you for peeing here to Pisco? You did. Points to WIC.
First to counterpoints. Go ahead.
Yeah, so my issue with this whole thing is that there are socialists, which I define, I think, in a good faith way, for the decommodification of basic human need and workers owning the means of production. There are also communists who believe that the end result of our material analysis should be a moneyless, stateless, classless society.
Yes.
I think these people
Yes, yes,
exist.
we do.
I think they have clout. I think they have influence. And I would use specific examples in our sphere of influence, like Erin or Straight Raid, who says that she's a communist.
You're right there, President.
I would use the examples like Hassan Piker, who I just watched earlier today, is effectively holding hands with Marxist-Leninists and saying that he is a Marxist-Leninist. He's just, playing softy with the Social Democrats and the Democratic Socialists. That way he can get clout and influence and then radicalize them down a funnel. So for me, what I'm trying to point out is that if you pretend that this person is normal and nice and fine and a part of the coalition, then you're going to lose the moderates, you're going to lose the center right, and for every leftist you gain, you probably lose 2 or 3 moderates. So, the Vanguard, I have no idea what their politics are. I would frankly love to speak to them specifically about their politics. But if MLs are a part of the coalition, you're losing people. You're being politically ineffective. That's my argument.
Thank you, Don James. Everyone, go and follow Don James. Heavy based. And I can
Because you guys have been politically
Thank
effective,
you so
right?
much, Don. I will see you later.
Glitter Crab
Look after
super
yourself,
chatted
and I'll see you
$5.
later.
Since Shay isn't working, any chance you make a Twin Peaks analysis video? It's one of my fave shows and I'm curious about your takes on it. Drama.
I will make a Twin Peaks analysis video. However, it will have a condition. It must also be a Disco Elysium video. That's not a request.
I like
I'm
that.
just telling you how it will be.
That sounds good.
Last but certainly not least, Destiny, go ahead.
Yeah, so I think that when I was making the rounds debating Nazis in 2016 and 2018, one of the most common things that I heard from kind of like the centrists that basically gave more credence to all of the far right ideas was point to where I support this. Show me where I said that I'm racist.
I'm hoping to get the skeleton of the Bloodborne video essays on the Patreon right now, so you can see that in the bibliography. I'm trying to get the Lawrence section done first because that's kind of the solar plexus of the whole thing. But that should be hopefully written up, at least in tentative form,
So
very
Plexus
soon.
is here.
Maybe as early as tomorrow, but definitely this week.
Show me where I said that I hate Jewish people, or I'm anti-Semitic, or I'm, trying to be a white supremacist.
Well, it's because you normalized Lauren Southern and Nick Fuentes to your audience because you wanted to get in Lauren Southern's pants, and you said that you wanted to put Nazis into college campuses, Stephen.
And there was always this like annoying fight that I would have to do where in order to start debating the Nazis, I'd have to chew through all of these epic centrists first who would say, well, I'm just a classical liberal. I'm Sargon of Akkad. I'm not actually a white supremacist. I just happen to give cover for all of these people. I don't think Econoboy or
It's advanced.
Or Pisco or Josiah or any of these other people. I don't think they're becoming tankies or anything like that. I just think there's a very annoying cover that's given to a lot of these people where there's like, we can 100% discern and decipher every single intention that Donald Trump has. We have no problem calling him a fascist outright. But then when you have people that hate the Democrats, that shit on our candidates, that attack everybody on our side constantly, we're like, well, I don't know what they really think or how they really feel. Or when it comes to people like Hassan, like even earlier today in my subreddit, Econoboy, when asked about supporting Hassan, will say things like, well, I don't think I necessarily agree with him on everything. He says, I don't have a...
Wow. What a bitch. What a bitch. I basically agree with Hassan on everything these days. It's just a matter of factual problems now and then.
A generally positive view of Hassan, and I think I would flatly agree with many of the criticisms levied at Hassan.
Frankly, I'm even down with some of the bad ones.
Just in my mind, even though it seems like there's some kind of separation.
Like,
there.
look at where we're at right now. Your choice is between Hassan Piker,
Just pause.
Fed post.
Pause. Okay. I will be back. I return. Hello.
Sting. And a bunch of people playing lick spittle to a sex abuser who looks like he's been doing hard meth every single day for the past year.
That's just a wild statement to make from somebody who openly supports terrorist groups that kill civilians, or openly supports enemies of the United States, or openly supports the subversive propaganda.
Somebody who's asking he's taken a lot of drugs before this. I don't think he's taken as many all at once before this. I have a feeling his moderation has lessened of late.
Propagandizing of our entire political party to hijack the entire movement to destroy.
How long do we give until he looks in his 50s? He looks in his 50s now.
The Democratic Party, maybe even all of the entire United States of America. So I'm sure we'll get into it. I don't think it behooves us to just say all of this is a semantic disagreement. I think it's actually really important to define what a leftist is, because I think that it's important for the people to know where everybody stands, and it's important to get rid of people that are intentionally.
This
You
is
know what's
what
really
a
weird about
leftist
this?
looks
I had
like.
this exact same debate with Destiny, and I had made the exact same point. It's important to know what you're actually talking about when you're talking about a leftist. I think his response was, "Wow, that didn't mean anything." Something like
Right.
that. It was like just weird. Weird. It's like there's like non-people, like fake people made of nothing but skin and air, and I'm not going to elaborate.
For fuck's sake, pause. Thank you. Do I look like a leftist? Maybe. Does Destiny look like a leftist? Nah. He ain't no leftist that I consider. Does Vosh look like a leftist? Moving on from that one. Does President Sunday look like a leftist? I think he does, actually. Does my mum look like a leftist? No, she doesn't. She is kind of left. I'll give her that. Plus, she birthed me. Which is always a good thing. Having more mad cats in the world. Bring it on.
On what else is inside Steven, but and they just pull stuff from their environment and they just copy it. It's like the thing.
Actually trying to obscure their beliefs and come in under the guise of being a leftist without actually stating, what their position is, and then having this this dual role that they get to play where they can propagandize people and radicalize them without actually ever stating what it is they're trying to do. Are you for the complete total abolition of our democracy, or are you just somebody who wants the government to do more stuff?
And just to get clarity, so we know what we're talking about, Destiny, are you saying that Econoboy and Pisco are running cover for those leftists that you think are infecting the Democratic Party, or however you want to put it, right?
Yes, but I don't think it's like they're secretly tanky, and so they want to provide cover for their tanky friends. I think it's more just like this. There's something that happens in the Democrat brain, and I've been guilty of it too, where you're so obsessive.
How do people see Destiny as intelligent? They don't. People don't. Here's what happens. Destiny is very successful, okay? Gets a lot of money, gets a lot of attention. Because he gets a lot of attention, he gets a lot more attention. That's how the algorithm works. People like Pisco know that if they want to get attention, they have to ingratiate themselves, bend down and suck the toes of people like Destiny. And Destiny benefits as well from that, especially when other similar-sized communities want to network and sort of grow proportionately by normalizing themselves to new populations that they otherwise wouldn't have access to. That's how you get like Nick Fuentes having lunch with Destiny and Destiny saying nothing, as by the way he is taunting a Jewish man on the street, or asking a man on the street if he's Jewish. He'll then go on to defend a genocide of easily 100,000 people now, in order to get that sweet Zionist media apologist money. Because, of course, Zionists are anti-Semites, as we've all learned very strongly over the past little bit. In order to do this without causing massive rifts in his community and causing his audience to splinter off into other places, he will systematically purge people in his audience.
No more flippin' super chatted $6.29. I love listening to a sex pest lecture everybody else about who should be excluded to be politically effective.
Now, of course, the grand irony of all of this is that Destiny himself can't get onto, can't connect with the mainstream anymore. He is...
Good point.
He is the pariah at this juncture. And he's not cool anymore. I don't know if you've noticed the general change in the winds. He's not cool anymore.
You ask.
It's desperate, spineless schlubs like this who still engage with him in order to get clout, because it's all they've got. It's like the Luke Beasley horde.
Quite right.
I
do appreciate that one.
People will be purged from the community, typically as like, oh, these are crazy leftists, oh, these are whatever, these are this various unpragmatic group. Why because they object to the nakedly
Try and
cynical
purge me.
decision by Destiny's network and promote network with and promote far-right actors in order to get himself access to sex with mentally ill women and right-wing clout as the narrow end of the wedge for those people. And so as a result, over the years, you've had every single person with any independence of mind or intelligence whatsoever pared away from that community. So now, everybody in Destiny's audience, it is the bottom of the barrel, the scum. It is the lowest, borderline subhuman, the worst people that exist now make up that. These are people who have zero capacity. Just period. Zero capacity. They have the mythos of this character who is a brilliant debater, apparently, and they see themselves in this person and then veg out. That's it. This is a power fantasy for
Nah.
people like this, but dumber.
Trying to seem like even-handed, that you get rooted out in this world where you're like, I'm trying to be fair and I don't want to have like Hassan derangement syndrome, so I'm just going to say that, they're not that bad. I don't know that much about any of this. I'm not sure, whatever. But what it happens, what it causes is this reality where, the conversation for this podcast, what was talked about earlier was, should we appeal to leftists when it comes to gaining political power? When do leftists talk about appealing to liberals to try to gain political power? Or when do leftists say, hey, maybe we should chill on shitting on the party, forever and ever when it comes to getting political power? Like, why?
Pause, goddamn you. Listen to the tone of his voice. Listen to the tone of his voice. And listen how, and seeing how his throat moves and how his mouth moves, how he's ticking up. Let's just put that. I was going to say ramping up, but oh, you'll see that. For those of a sensitive oral nature, please be warned. It does get loud. Why did they all keep shouting, by the way? Any of them? President Sunday doesn't. I try not to. Don't get me wrong, I can't get loud. I don't do it. Not worth the risk. Well, not worth the harm it does. It's better being on an even tone so I can get my points through and I can raise my voice a little bit and I can say, please do this. Please follow me. Please give me money. There is no point doing even the physical damage of raising your voice this much, and you'll hear it soon. Seriously, Destiny, your larynx and your esophagus and your trachea, esophagus, food pipe, trachea, windpipe. They're probably shot to fuck at this point in your political career. And the rest of them, Wick, just, you are the moderator in this situation. Stop them from fucking yelling.
Well, they were actually like relatively okay with supporting the party before they started supporting murdering 100,000 innocent people in Palestine, Stephen. I mean, that was kind of a deal breaker for a lot of us. It's like, hey, you supported the invasion of. You won't support the Democrats just because they're giving money to the Germans invading Poland? Like, what the hell? I thought we were on the same team, guys.
Why is the conversation only ever on the Democratic side of things? That's just very wild to me.
Wow.
No.
Wow. Okay, just to be clear, we're probably rooting for Bisco here, but also not really.
The floor is open.
Pippa super chatted $6.72. I didn't think Wick could sink any lower. Debasing himself before Destiny really is a choice. I guess the Woo bucks dried up. Theory.
That is incredibly optimistic of you to think that Wick isn't still debasing himself to Woo as well. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I was going to say they do.
Wait,
They say
I
they're
have a
gonna
question.
co-opt Woo.
I have a question. Yeah, so this is both to Connor and to Steven. Should some socialists,
Good point,
at
actually.
least some, be catered to, be appealed to, and be part of the coalition?
No.
So you would agree, therefore, that Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Mamdani should not.
Oh, I don't want to agree with Destiny. What the fuck? Destiny is nothing like me. Nothing whatsoever.
Do we have that clip
Come
of
over
Pisco
here
separating
and-
from Destiny?
Come over here,
reacting to
Stephen,
the,
and live my life if you want to.
the leaks? Because why are you even having this conversation? Why are you even having this conversation, you fucking clown? People you worked with had their sex tapes shared around by this creep with an underage girl, it seems to be, and you're debating who you should exclude from the Democratic coalition with him. Wow. Wow.
Be catered to and part of the coalition, correct?
Depends on what you mean when you say catered to.
Should they,
So,
for
for
example,
instance-
should we
so for instance,
He
well-
doesn't know what he means when he says be catered to, because he's stupid. Pisco's stupid. It needs to be said. Pisco is dumb. Dumb. Simpleton. He does the same debate pervert shit that Steven does, and he had the veneer of working in law. So idiots think, oh, works in law, must be a super genius. He's dumb. He has a very limited vocabulary, he has a limited capacity to actually think things through logically. He's actually really dumb.
Doesn't work like
It's
that.
probably going to come out through this. He's really dumb. So literally all we have is a delayed reaction where after a little over half a year of Destiny being out as a sex pest, going through the court system, he's being taken to court right now actively by Pixie still. Like, there are still updates being posted. He has doxed multiple people who have been covering that. He has been bad-mouthing Pixie the entire time. He's been bad-mouthing other people. He's been apparently sharing more material, if memory serves, in the midst of all of this, because, it's already going to court, why the fuck not? After such a delay, now you are, oh, Destiny, I can't believe that you won't be pragmatic enough to allow the much more successful, the audience of the vastly more successful streamer Hassan Piker into your victory coalition to beat Trump, because that you're that guy. That's the thing you do. These people are really stupid. Like, really stupid. Useless.
Ahead of the ticket being a socialist like AOC,
How much political influence does Destiny have? None. He has none. Destiny changes no minds. Full stop. He changes no minds. Socially unskilled fail sons in their 20s and 30s watch Destiny and pretend, oh, that can be me. Someday, not yet, I'll get there, that could be me. I'm doing a thing. And that's it. Nobody else cares. Except for right-wingers who go, boy, there's a lot of really dumb losers with a lot of disposable income in Destiny's audience. I could really do with an extra few $1,000 a month. I'm going to be really nice. That's it.
Donnie, if they are the nominees, should we support them?
Yes, but that doesn't mean you're catering to socialism.
Okay, but you understand.
Wait, hold on. You recognize that.
Wait, hold on. I've got a high school vocabulary. Get ready for the thunder, Pisco.
that supporting somebody at the top of a ticket. Well, if you want to play the yes or no question, I can play the same game. Yeah. You understand that supporting somebody being at the top of the ticket doesn't mean that you are centrally supporting their ideology. For instance, it's possible to cater to, in a roundabout way, people that are further to the left of you without catering to far leftist beliefs, right?
Correct. But you would agree that.
Why are you even talking about catering? Catering? Catering. No, you just let certain things slide. That's not catering. You choose your battles. That's not catering. That's how you coalition build. You put things aside for the time being because there is a greater threat in the short term. That's what you do. You don't cater. What does catering mean in this context? What does Pisco think when he says catering? Does it mean, hey, we're gonna show up in berets and pretend to be communists? Like, no. What?
Like, if a socialist is at the top of the ticket, socialists like Bernie Sanders, the Democratic Party should support the
Glitter Crab. Thank you very much for the 5 gifted conversions.
Socialists at the top of the ticket, correct?
Bernie's not a socialist.
Yeah, I think you should support
Okay, but you're okay with socialists being part of the coalition, correct?
I don't really know if I consider Bernie Sanders or AOC to be like socialists.
And why is that exactly?
Gengaros super chatted $5. Destiny has a net worth of $1.5 million to $4 million. Meritocracy is a sick joke. The best, most skilled people don't get wealthy.
No, that's true, but there is a tendency for people, and particularly in Destiny's section, to give us all a small, much-needed dose of Schadenfreude. That beard ain't coming back.
Exactly.
Because I don't think that they like fit under conventional definitions of socialism.
Do
It's
they
more
want
kind
the
of like
decommodification of basic human needs and workers earning the means of production?
Yeah, so that's your definition. That's your proprietary.
I mean, I hate to say it, Connor's actually not wrong.
Definition of socialism.
That's
but you agreed.
most
hang on.
socialist definition.
Dank Prol super chatted $10. All this talk of catering is making me hungry. Drama.
Me too, Dank Prol, me too.
Boy, do you disagree with?
What did I do? What did I do? Hang on. I have to go back to the thing here. It's because I didn't click on the I clicked on the wrong window. Okay, hang on. Wait. So we were at. Come on. I gotta make the quality higher so I can see the timeline. That is, I can't see. Okay, very well.
Smear.
We'll do it live.
Much this, which I'm sure we'll talk about. Should or should not
move to the far left. How those
cover that's given to tanky friends leftist beliefs, right?
Correct, but you would agree that, like, if a socialism,
that's
you agreed
most socialist definition. Boy, do you disagree with my definition?
Yeah. Okay. So just to hop in here. So yeah, I disagree that is. Okay, you want me to answer the question?
Econoboy space to answer. Go ahead, Econoboy, please.
So
I want you to do a line of Adderall.
Let Econoboy answer. Go ahead.
I probably.
Oh my God, Econoboy, grow a spine. Interrupt.
Probably should have done an edible instead of Adderall before entering this debate. But to answer your question, similar to capitalism, socialism is a diverse universe of people. There's a lot of people who call themselves socialists. Some.
I want to hear that one more time. That had a ring to it.
Instead of Adderall before entering this debate. But to answer your question, similar to capitalism, socialism is a diverse universe of.
Socialism is a diverse universe.
People. There's a lot of people who call themselves socialists. Some of them are Marxist-Leninists. Some of them are like what you might call like moderate, like right-wing socialists. I guess like me, who say that we should just.
He's a right-wing socialist. Oh, so you're a moron.
Collectivize the ownership of production. People have different ways of defining these things. For instance, capitalism includes people all the way from Fabian Liberty to people like Destiny, who basically endorses the Nordic model, right? And they're both capitalists, right? And so I think that of the 10% of people who call...
You know what? I changed my mind. I do hate him.
Call themselves socialists and are part of the Democratic Party base, obviously that's a very diverse group of people, ranging from the exact, essentially, people that I just mentioned as well. And I think that's a very sensible way to look at who calls themselves socialist and why. To Destiny's point of when
Donnie's not a socialist or that Bernie's not a socialist. That's crazy.
Just one more sentence that to Destiny's point about when do like the left wingers ever cater to
Have we Have we not been clear enough on what our positions are? Do we need to be more clearer? Do we need to enunciate? A lot of us have been telling you this shit for pretty much most of the last century. We have. Trust me on this. Fuck it, Destiny, listen to me! I can educate you. Ugh. Is there any way to reach these people, do we think? Maybe it's aye, maybe it's not. Possibly. I'll go back and check chat. My God, 12 of you are still here. Hello. How's it going? Are you doing good? This is weird. Who is here? Do you mean? Are you still here, Gemma? Hi. Shall we continue with the blood sports? Seriously. Fuck it.
The moderates, well, I mean, I seem to remember people like Bernie Sanders and AOC.
Who is this? This is Akano Boy. This is someone who Brianna Wu made cry on stream.
Taking very collaborative positions with people like Biden when he was in
Why
office.
would
What
And
is
I
happening?
recall, like,
An epidemic of poor parental
Well
examples.
done, Brianna.
Mamdani,
I
he took a very
guess.
collaborative position with people like Brad Lander. And Mamdani's campaign, to the extent that it appealed to people broader than just the left wing, he made that conscious decision to do that. He didn't run on a campaign of seizing the means of production. He ran on a campaign of like freezing the rent and providing childcare to people, right? I mean, I take that to be in some sense a means to cater to a broader base of people than just left wingers, essentially.
So I think that if we want to talk about catering to socialists, I think that the issue that we have is there exists a world where you only have, or you have a bunch of like Bernie Sanders, AOC, maybe Mamdani types of people that are part of your movement and part of your coalition. And I think that if we lived in a world where there was a rich media environment with a lot of people who were socialists, who, you know, some supported the liberals, some kind of didn't, and some were like really against it, then we could have that conversation. But right now, it seems basically ubiquitous across the entirety of the left-wing media landscape to aggressively and violently.
Like, let's be clear. This is a losing strategy for Pisco. It genuinely is. Because at the end of the day, the Sans community is not going to accept you. You are going to be eaten alive. If Palestine doesn't come up in this debate, you're going to be eaten alive. If you are not able to make that switch and then give a very convincing accounting of why it was only after Destiny got outed as someone who shared intimate material with people he worked with younger women he worked with, specifically vulnerable women he worked with, without their consent. If you're not able to account for why the genocide of an entire...
If anyone is interested in more blood sports, I can cover Destiny if you wish. I will hate it, but I am here to educate people. And if I have to deal with this little gremlin, this little monster, I will. I will rubbish him all the way through it because he fucking deserves it. Frying pan emoji in the chat for all my subscribers. Again, no violence. Rhetorical, maybe? Between ourselves, because Destiny fucking deserves it. Stephen Burnell, or Destiny as you are known online, you are a wanker. Please piss off. And Wick, you're less than useless at this point. I have watched 7 Hippy Dippies across my life where you have been the moderator. You are less than fucking useless. No hurt or shame against you. I'm sure you have a lovely life offline, but online, just piss off. You're more than useless. And Destiny, you're scum. You're scum. Come after me. I dare you. Legal system different up here in Scotland, by the way. In certain ways, I am shielded. In other ways, I am not. That's why I couch my words so much. Especially to people with a certain amount of reach. And I'll say again, Destiny, come after me. Pretty sure you'll fail.
An entire, like, the displacement of 2 million people, the active starvation of all of them, the destruction of their homes, the murder of tens of thousands of children. If you're not able to give an accounting of why you were just aloof to all of this while you were an empty husk Democrat shill and working with a sex abuser, no one's going to accept you. I don't know what the angle is here. Bluntly, like you're just. When my video came out and we exposed, I say exposed, but really everybody already knew when we made it permissible, when Beckett and I made it permissible publicly to talk about Destiny's sharing of intimate materials without people's permission. I sent Josiah from Pondering Politics a message saying, hey, you should make a stand on this, and you should scoop up a big chunk of Destiny's audience. He didn't reply to me ever since then. That is what Pisco is doing right now, but not on that. He's doing some weird, limp-dicked, half-hearted, like, hey, maybe Hassan's audience will think we're the cool ones. They won't. They're not pragmatic enough to accept endorsing a genocide, Pisco. You guys have no character. And it oozes through your pores, just the vacuousness of your souls.
Shit on and attack Democratic candidates as harshly as possible. I just saw, and I'm sure you guys saw, that Vanguard tweet saying that Pete Buttigieg looked like and smelled like a rat. Pete is one of the most popular Democratic figures making the rounds on shows. I just watched Crystal Ball fucking roast the fuck out of a senator from Michigan because she wouldn't give the singular one answer on the Gazan issue. If this is the world we're going to live in, where you want to say, oh, well, socialism encompasses a broad range of people, but when I look to the media environment, almost every single person that would even flirt with the label socialist relentlessly shits on the Democratic Party. I don't know.
Because they suck and they kill kids.
I could really say, yeah, sure, we should also appeal to these people. It's just not the right media environment.
Well, there's a definitional issue here, which is you're saying that Bernie Sanders and Zoran Mamdani are not socialists.
Well
Explain
said.
that.
That's not really responsive to anything I just said.
No, because you were not responsive to the issue at hand, which has to do with the definition. Yeah.
Correct,
So the question is,
correct.
If you're defining
Is it just me, or is Pisco like put on all of the pounds that I lost? The witch's curse is working.
Socialism to only include the people that Steven doesn't like, then maybe there's not actually a disagreement here in terms of.
Vitingale, do you know our lovely base Canadian here? Do you know President Sunday, or do you watch, or have you seen, or interacted with President Sunday? I'm actually quite liking him. He's got a smooth, mellow voice. Ah! Feel free to go and check him out. If you want to, of course. Oh, Vitingale, what time is it in your locale? It is currently... Oh, dear God, it's 24. Huh. Oh, God, stupid phones.
Who should be leading the party or something.
So I wasn't defining socialism with people I don't like. I was defining socialism.
I was worried it wouldn't work if I, solicited the curse over Skype, but apparently.
So we can talk about definition of socialism. What I'm looking at right now is the socialist media environment. My earlier argument was that I don't know if I would even consider Bernie Sanders and AOC to be hardcore socialists. If I wanted to supply that argument, sure, socialists at all. Well, right now, who are the socialists all shitting on almost more than anybody else? It's AOC and Bernie Sanders. So I mean,
whether they're shitting on them or not, Stephen, whether they're shitting,
why are they shitting on them though? It's for the reason why they won't accept you, Pisco. Give up.
Them or not isn't the question. That's a separate question. Are they shitting or not shitting? The question is, should socialists be part of the coalition? You just said that Bernie
and Bernie are not
aren't cool with genocide.
They won't be part of the coalition.
Good for them, frankly.
They're damn socks.
Socialist. She identifies as such. She's not a socialist. She identifies as such. Mamdani isn't a socialist. She identifies as such. What's your evidence they're not socialists?
So identifying as a political thing doesn't make you that political thing. That's a tautology and that would be nonsense, number one.
They're shitting on them for reasons, though? Yeah, but here's the problem. They're shitting on them for reasons that all of them are guilty of. All of these people are perfectly fine with children en masse being murdered. Full stop. Pedophiles of the soul.
Number two, the question wasn't should they be
not of the soul in all cases, strictly
part of the coalition. The question is should we appeal to them? Those are two fundamentally completely different questions.
Destiny, to be clear though, you're narrowing your position. It was just last night when you said explicitly anyone that uses the socialist label should be treated like a
coalition, the DNC? That is an excellent question. I don't know if you realize this, guys. I'm sorry, who are you? Who are you? I mean this in all seriousness. I know who these people are, down to the man. Why? Because I'm a weirdo who makes content on YouTube, specifically political content, and I get into fights with people who are specifically associated with these people. Destiny currently, I believe, has let's see, what's his channel looking like right now? So, I actually, not Destiny 2, Destiny. He's got 13,000 people watching. Can you imagine? 13,000 people? Do you realize how many people that is? It's not very many. It genuinely is not very many. It's a lot for me. But it's sort of like how $1 million would be a lot for me. It's not a lot. Internationally, I'm one of those watchers, by the way. I've got it open on my other tab here. I'm in Canada. You're not.
If they squeeze out socialists, they won't have a party left. Correct. And it'll just be another Conservative Party, kind of as it is now, but worse. We are looking at it, my darling. But rejoice, I am here to educate. When is Destiny just going to fuck off? Yes, that's President Sunday, the Canadian. I don't know exactly where in Canada he is, but he is based. He is an ML. Praise be. We have talked. He's good. He understands my perspective. Things happened. What happened? I saw things happening. Did someone sub? Who raided? I'm using my phone to listen to this video because my speakers are kind of blown out. You all can hear. I can't because the speakers on my laptop are gobbled. Nightingale, who raided? Mamma Amelia! Hello, Mamma Amelia! Hello! Welcome, Raiders! I am Madcat79 Scotty. I am a disabled Scottish Marxist. Welcome, welcome! Great to see you. We are watching President Sunday watch these people. The one in the top middle is Destiny. Be warned, it does get loud in like 3 or 4 minutes. So oh. Praise be, one of the mods for Dave Legend is here. Hi, Mamma Amelia. I couldn't see Dave today. I went to get blood taken and checking other things out of a Terminator, if you wish. Lots of mods. I just try to capture mods whenever they're available and say, "You're mine now." Haha. See, like, I borrowed you from, oh God, Adrian. I miss Adrian. I've got Wayward Historian from KF Loken 1875. Go and follow him. He's a base Brummie or Burn based resident. He is a leftist, he is a socialist. He be based. Kind of irreverent. And always good. Or Helena. Or No Justice. MTG. She be based. She be Helena. She is better dealing with lots of issues that I don't know too much about. Or Raptor Blue. He be good at social justice, social movements, and community care. Raptor Blue. He be based. Or Suffer My Breadline. Same sort of social attitude as Raptor Blue, and brilliant with a sword. Thank you, Mamma Amelia. Is it Mamma Mia or Mamma Amelia? Play.
You're not pushing the needle. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Except me. So I make money off of waterboarding my audience with watching this garbage until they pay for theory. Which, by the way, we are at $46 towards theory. I'm just saying. We're not far.
Not see you right
Now,
now.
in the media environment, is what we're talking about. Though. I'm commenting on your show.
Unless the drama meter fills, in which case the theory value goes down by 50%. So the race is on.
Clarified then, Destiny. Okay, well that's what you said last night. If you're clarifying just people within the media environment, then I'm just saying that that's a useful narrowing of the discussion. Then because
you can call it a narrowing if you want, but anybody that's watching
AOC may have heard of Destiny because she collabed with streamers before. She did collab with pedophiles before, didn't she?
I don't shit on AOC. I don't shit on Bernie Sanders even, and I've been supportive of Mamdani for the.
I think useful is one way to put about it. I think useful is one way to put it. I think Weaselly is another way to put it, and I think it is Weaselly. I think you're backing off of the strong position. The strong position is socialists shouldn't be a part of our socialists shouldn't be a part of our fucking coalition. And now when you're getting pushed, I guess now it's the media environment. And now it's but you took the strong
I didn't say socialists shouldn't be part of the.
I wonder, do you tend to make more money when we split the vote Sunday? Well, I've got 2 meters for a reason. I'm just saying.
The coalition. I said we shouldn't be trying to actively appeal to socialists. Do you understand that those are two separate things?
They're different statements. They're correct. They're different statements. But you said
no. They mean fundamentally two completely different.
They're two
things,
different
right?
statements that mean different things. They're two different statements that mean two different things. But your position, is it your position, therefore, that the Democrats should, as part of their coalition in terms of who to vote for, what kind of policy support, to humor?
Because I'm using my phone to listen to this video because the speaker's got. Can you pin your last comment, Viking Gale? Because baseness needs pinned. And put that underneath it. Baseness gets pinned. Oh, for fuck's sake, Nightball. If everyone's okay with Nightbot and Stream being me or overly corrective, let's put it that way, I will change it in the morning.
People like Mamdani, humor people like AOC, and humor people like Bernie Sanders. And if that's the truth, then I think that
You know what they can't say? Israeli funding. You lose Israeli funding. Or Israeli funding is diverted towards your opponents in the specific districts in which you're running. They can't say that because they all rely on Israeli funding. I don't know if that's true. I'm just saying. All these people have been silent about the biggest humanitarian crime in our lifetimes. Full stop. Since 2023. Actually, much longer than that, but since at least 2023, since it's been like the topic. And Democrat runners.
Oh, President Sunday. My lovely, lovely man. I'm assuming you're a man. Of course that's why they're doing it. They're trying to shield their own little bubble. They don't give a fuck. I know Destiny doesn't give a fuck. Well, depends what things he is currently doing. Sorry. They do not give a fuck. Trust me, they don't. How can I be more eloquent in saying this? They're all grifting bastards. Trust me, I've seen it. My country, I live in Scotland. The UK or the United Kingdom, for all it's worth, has done some good things. I'll give them that. These people still managed to find their way into Parliament, into our structures. That's what Disney is trying to do. With any luck, he'll fucking fail. Fall right flat on his face. Destiny, please fuck off. I am so fucking fed up with dealing with you. Unless you want to come over here to Glasgow, because there ain't no way I'm going to, even if I wanted to come over, I can't get into your country to debate you. I can't. Come over to Glasgow and we can debate.
Have lost races because of it. So it's like, there's no point to this conversation. There is no purpose to this conversation. These people are going to be left behind. These are the let's try to pretend like we're policy wonks. Let's try to pretend like we're the hyper pragmatist party and not just completely bought and sold. And not just desperately trying to not offend our liberal constituency too much while we pander to the right as softly and obsequiously as we can so that we can keep that sweet spot of Zionist funding and liberal funding at the same time. That's it. Because we can't, we have nothing to run on in terms of awakening anybody's passions whatsoever because we are arrogant, lazy, and stupid. And all of us are sex criminals.
Like, should they humor them? Like, what does that mean? Like, put them on the dot? Well, I don't know what that question means.
Should they have a seat at the table? Whatever you take that seat at the table.
Seat at the table?
Whatever
Like,
you're,
they go to the Outback Steakhouse.
That's what I'm asking you. So
what does that
for example,
mean?
you're the one who says that we need to excise these people from the party. I actually don't know what you mean by that. So whatever your vision of having a seat at the table.
Yeah, they aren't even in the party. They're socialists. They're in the Democratic Party. They just don't vote Democrat because the Democrats, like Trump, enthusiastically funded a genocide.
Well, not being excised is whatever you're using when you say these people need to be gone. Under that
let
definition,
Destiny,
do you think? Sure. Okay.
By the by, not just funded a genocide, because it needs to be clear.
Bruner super chatted $6.91. It's no longer nice when they all start shouting together. Theory.
Thanks so much, Bruno. Lest we forget, that money doesn't just go towards aid. That money releases money.
Rickside tip $10.
Rickside, thank you so much. That money then gets pumped back into the... sorry. That threw me off. Lest we forget, it's not simply the case that money funds Israel's defense, quote-unquote. It lifts the pressure off from Israel being able to allocate all that money that they would have spent to lobbying in America again. To make sure that A, the flow doesn't stop, and B, the people who would be more politically advantageous for them to be in power, get in power. We can't talk about that. Which makes all these people worthless. This whole conversation is completely useless. Because fundamentally, all of it, like genuinely, all of it pivots around that at this point. All of it. All of it.
Of course we can't.
Rickside tip $10. Interrupt Sunday with donations. Go, go, go.
Oh my god, do not do that. Do not fucking interrupt me with donations. I'm trying to speak here, okay? You're going to diminish the quality of the channel. I'm going to get angry. And I don't... Do you think I care about money? I'm nuts. This is... I blow all the money. Look! Look at this! This is unwell. This is hoarding. I don't care about the money. Don't interrupt me with money while I'm ranting. How dare you?
Destiny, those are good questions, Pisco, and I'd like to know the answers too, right? What do you mean, Destiny, when you say we need to excise these people?
Also, by the way... I'm so excited about this. I'm genuinely so excited about this.
You have no
I splurged and I bought something
say
fun because I've been doing like full steam ahead on the Bloodborne essay. I figured I'm gonna eat, breathe, and sleep this. Why not? Why not? Oh, it's actually so nice. I'm gonna be playing the solo adventure tonight like a loser. It's gonna be awesome. But I didn't just get the starter set. I've decided if I can bring back the earnings for this channel, thank you, Cam, appreciate it. I've decided if I can bring back the earnings to this channel back to the levels of the previous one, I'm going to buy myself the Masks of Nyarlathotep set for 150 Canadian. I also got this. Guys, you don't understand how beautiful this is. Oh my god. Like, oh, that new book smell. The artwork is just phenomenal. Like, this is, look at the first piece of art in the book. Just, oh.
No more flipping super chatted $12.57. Sure Sunday, trying some of that reverse psychology to get us to donate more. No, it's not working on me just because I'm donating, I'm just giving you money to call you out. Drama just to spite you.
Well, fuck you too. But thank you very much.
Well, what, like, how do you see that?
Yeah, my
playing
fixation
out?
is almost universally on the media environment. Having these conversations, I think when I was watching you guys talk, it was also generally on the. Although sometimes you guys would try to go back to AOC, but like politicians operate kind of in a different world than the media environment operates in. Most of my criticism on the media environment that all calls themselves like leftists or socialists.
Oh, by the way, because we're getting some donations, quick reminder, just as a security measure, streams are going to be privated as next streams come out. So the previous one to this one was not private, sorry, members only, as new streams come out. Just to put up an extra barrier.
Top middle, that's tiny. Bottom right, Wick. The other three, no fucking clue. Sorry. That is President Sunday. Yeah. These ones up here, Wick's in the bottom right, Destiny's in the middle. Yeah. Destiny's in the middle. Politically wise, no he ain't. He's not even left, as far as I'm concerned. Destiny, piss off. Thank you. President Sunday. I don't. President Sunday does? I do recognise him. I can't remember his name. Give me a minute.
People like false flagging stuff. So I have my memberships at the lowest level possible, 99 cents Canadian, basically nothing. If you want to donate, you want to help people watch previous streams, gift memberships. Great way to do that. Just saying. Just saying. That is an excellent example of this. Thank you, Zotana, for the one gifted memberships. Appreciate it.
Seem to relentlessly shit on Democrats. And I just think it's a really unhealthy and bad world. Again, where you see a Michigan senator wants to dip her toes into the podcasting world. And one of the jokes I made about Kamala is one.
You patronizers have access to members only content. I can't cross them, unfortunately. I wish I could, but I can't. It's basically you either donate and get a chat, or you donate and get a membership kind of thing.
The reason why she probably didn't do any shows is because she would get fucked by the right, the centrist, and the left. And
I would like to. I would love it if there was like a way to like integrate Patreon with the thing, so I could just give you stuff, because I like to do that. I'm nice like that. And generally, when people ask independently, I just give them access to material. But it's I've had one channel demonetized already, so it's like.
Who's on a leftist show and she gets fucking shit on because they only want to talk about fucking Palestine. This is a senator from a blue state, from Michigan. Jesus, that's insane to me. And it would be nice if we actually had like a strong center left position and a strong center left media apparatus, and not just a bunch of leftists who fucking hate the party.
Or Or not just a bunch of weird, greasy millennials sharing porn of every single vulnerable teenager they can convince to get into their bedroom. Like, that would be nice. That would be nice if you weren't all a bunch of freaks. It'd be great. You think I want to hate these people? I would love it if all of these people had, like...
Zoe Tanner super chatted $5, donating in the worthy cause of getting Destiny to shut up.
That sounds like theory to me. I would love it if all of these people didn't suck as much as they did. I would love it if these people were actually, like, capable of holding the Democratic Party to account for funding a genocide. I would love it if they weren't greedy, empty, soulless shills, okay? Because that means that
I agree with
socialists
Zoe.
and communists and
Definitely.
anarchists like myself,
Shut
we
up.
can coalition build with them. That's a thing we can do. Why? Because we're using the tools that are available to us to do the right thing.
I am not American. I am Scottish. I'm not British. I am Scottish. Could I hold the Democratic Party to account? Who knows? Not that I'm going to get into the States anyway. I can help. Move the dial, of course.
Thing. But instead, this is just the pathway to wealth for these freaks. So they're worse than the Democratic Party, because these are people who would have been mercenaries for the right. In many cases are mercenaries for the right in Stephen's case, just clandestine ones. But for the fact that they had the misfortune to grift off the left early on.
Wait, do you understand our position to be that we disagree with your assessment that leftists constantly shit on the Democrats? Do you think that we disagree on that?
I'm not sure all the time. I can't tell.
So you're not sure. So we're here to discuss something where you're not sure if we agree with you on the position that the lefties constantly shit on Democrats.
Cisco, just for fuck's sake, just say something meaningful. Listen, who fucking cares? Just say, nope, that's not what we're talking about. We're actually talking about this. Just say that. Stop filling air.
Depends
Your
on
breath
the
stinks.
Democrats in ways we don't like. We agree that lefties constantly shit on Democrats that in ways that we don't like. We agree with Hutch, for example, when they constantly shit on people like Biden in certain ways, even though I shit on Biden in some respects. We agreed on the AOC tweets that they shouldn't have shit on her that way. And so there's no disagreement there.
You're gonna be... You're all going to be the best of friends in a year from now. I guarantee you.
So that obviously isn't what we're here to discuss on a point that where you're unsure that we disagree on.
Sonny, do you still have the Stream Elements donation link? I should. Is Nightbot not sharing it? Looks like it is. Hang on, let me see here. Someone else had trouble with Stream Elements as well. Although my preferred way to get supported is through Patreon these days. It's more consistent and it helps me focus on the video essays. When the Patreon is higher, I feel less qualms about not streaming and just digging down on the video essays. I'm really like pushing to make the stress on the Patreon as the primary source of income.
Nick super chatted $6.36. Is this enough for the masks? I don't know how Canadian money works.
Thank you. It's not, but thank you. Appreciate it.
Nightingale, what do you think of the emote? It's gorgeous, isn't it? In my opinion, of course. It is perfect. Really. No, I paid someone to make it. They are awesome, and I have to shout them out. Daydream Beyond. Thank you. There's another one which I'm trying to crop so I can get it all in. About 50 quid. Obviously, this individual deserves more because for that alone, the previous one, the Bonk one, the frying pan, same artist. If you can facilitate a connection for me to hire people to do more fun little emotes for me, I'm looking for dragons. That might be quite cool. And for all my music, oh, I've got an idea. Vingale, I've got an idea. I'm going to carry on with this debate until it gets far too loud and you will see it or hear it. I could actually use your help if you're free. You first, or your friends and family first, then me. I've got a couple of ideas. Still be copyrighted. Damn it, how do I avoid copyright? We'll carry on for a minute.
I'm trying to like push the income onto the Patreon side so I can transition to doing prepared content more. I like streaming. I don't want to stream because I have to. I want to stream because there's a thing worth covering. I want to focus primarily on video essays. It's healthier for me. It means the content's higher quality.
Rejoice, comrades! The ever-based Red Jester Productions is here. Hi, Jester. Hello, my darling. How goes it? Because she's my kind of lunatic, my niece has bought me a 40 deck for MTG. Yeah. Oh, you lovely comrades with mod abilities. Just time out Nightbot or Streamlabs. I don't want them getting in the way of me talking to my people, to my comrades and to my audience. Hi, Esther. Good to see you. Oh, dear God, it's too much more here. Oh, Christ. Thank you, Fighting Girl. Jester, meet Fighting Girl. Fighting Girl, meet Jester.
spending more time reading. It's better. I donated through Stream Elements earlier and it didn't go off. Really? That's interesting. I wonder. It says it still works here. I wonder if it's a Nightbot issue. Let me post it in the chat. See if that link works.
Okay.
Rejoice, comrades! Unfortuitous Ash is here. Hi, Ash. How goes it? Things are going well. Yes. Praise be, President Sunday. Prepare your ears. Top middle, Destiny. Bottom right. Wick. The other three, I don't know. If anyone can tell me who the other three is, other than President Sunday. I do actually like that. You can give it to me freely or I'm going to nick it anyway. That actually is quite clever. Going on the connotations of Western literature and free will of language and how people use it. He is still in court because he's a fucking sex pest and possibly a rapist. Sod it, try it. He is a sexual opportunist and sexual exploitator, is what I will say. If he wants to come after me, do it. Correct, Jester. Correct. Stephen Brunel, come after me. You'll meet your metaphorical end. Again, no violence. Please, no violence, my comrades. But if I ever actually meet Destiny, I would still want to just slap him like right across the chops and tell him to piss off. Get the fuck out of my country and stop streaming, stop publishing, just fuck off. Why is he still a thing anyway? These people are the bane of my life and I want to counter them for obvious reasons.
Saying that we had him out, I was just
Not like, yeah, don't pay unless you want to, but like if somebody wants to try and see if that link works, that'd be helpful.
Probably we massively disagreed there. What was the counterpoint?
Okay,
I got something in
Stream Elements is ideal because YouTube takes a 30% cut, so any donation you give to me, YouTube takes 30%.
Is Destiny going to get locked up?
Completely disagree with. So, okay. I think that every single leftist that I've talked to online, anybody who has any kind of political knowledge whatsoever, defines socialists as decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and they use that definition repeatedly.
Really? That's what you used and that didn't work, huh? Hang on, I wonder. I'm going to check my PayPal quickly. I'm going to see if stuff came through that I couldn't see.
Anonymous tipped $100.
Oh my god. Well, that's incredibly generous. Thank you so much. Genuinely appreciate that. That's insane. Thank you. I'm going to have to not take as long on the Twin Peaks Disco Elysium video. Oh, PayPal's not loading. That's interesting.
This is where I entered the chat like 30 seconds after this point. So I will go for a second. I will be back. My comrades. Thank you. Give me a minute. I return. Hello.
That's interesting. So, oh, okay. So I got your, I did get your donations. Thank you. Why are they not working? So the link's working. What's not working is the donation notification. Let me figure this out. Hang on. So if I go to overlays. Tip alert. Here we go. Oh, that's interesting. But it's not showing up at all. It's not even a TTS thing. Because I have a limit for the TTS, because we had people spamming it last time. For like $1 donations, but... why is that not working? That's interesting. Okay, be advised. TTS doesn't appear to be working for Stream Elements right now. I'm going to figure out what's going on with that.
Rick Sci tip $10. Simply a test working unlike all the rest.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you for the membership.
I think that my frustration is that there are a bunch of quote unquote social democrats.
Sorry, the echo. I was in Stream Elements. I was checking the thing, and it shows the updates there in the thing.
Who talk about universal health care, or they talk about making rent cheaper or some shit like that, which are social democratic Scandinavian policies. And I think they're using the term socialism backdoor in order to rehabilitate the image of this. And not just that, Hassan Piker,
Bruner, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships, much appreciated.
And plenty of far lefties, plenty of MLs, probably the Vanguard as well. They're ecstatic that this is
probably the Vanguard. What the Vanguard do?
It's happening. They're ecstatic that Mamdani.
No mention of the fold, I notice. Brooks, time to sack up. We're going to do another fold soon.
Has social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that AOC have social democrat policies. They're ecstatic that Bernie Sanders have social democrat policies because it rehabilitates the word in my mind. That shift of the Overton window to the fucking far left is an insidious plot by
Stream is echoing? Is it echoing now?
Plots to manipulate the Democratic Party.
And
it's going to ruin electoralism.
So we're going to get some actual clarity here. So to be clear, Stephen, you don't disagree that people like Mamdani, AOC, and Bernie, they're
penetrating the bureaucracy
in the party, and we're fine to appeal to the kind of issues that they care about in their positions, correct?
It's already
I'm asking Stephen.
Connor is an annoying a-hole, I'm going to be honest. I find Connor the least annoying of all the people on this. He's kind of lovable. And Dora, thanks for the thank you for memberships. Appreciate it. Just a lovable idiot.
I'm asking Stephen a question. I'm going
to... A relatively lovable idiot. There's a lot of asterisks next to that word.
Get to you and see if you disagree with Stephen, actually.
Second, I want to say something before you and Destiny talk for the next 40 fucking minutes. What I would say is that if the socialists are proposing social democrat policy, but then they get what they want, and then they try to yank the political window further.
Isn't it Brianna Musek the very best?
Left, that is something 100% that I oppose. Destiny, you and Pisco, go ahead and fight for the next.
I just want to ask, and I'll ask. I'm going to go to you, Connor, and see if you agree with Destiny, because I think we might all have a more disagreement with you, Connor, than we have within each other in terms of the substantive opinion. So I'm going to ask Stephen: do you have a problem with these people, the people identified, Mamdani, Sanders, AOC, being part of the Democratic coalition, and however you define Democratic coalition, and having their positions catered to, or people having their positions in general as part of the Democratic coalition? Do you have a problem with that?
Okay, so there's two separate questions. So one, like generally, I'm probably almost always going to support a blue candidate over a red candidate in this current media environment, or in this current political environment, number one. But number two, when you say, do you have a problem appealing to them? I mean, that means different things. If you say, like, would I have a problem if we were to appeal to Bernie Sanders coming out and saying, I want to socialize all of the music productions in the United States, I would have a problem with that. But if you're saying, do you have a problem appealing to Bernie and AOC and Mamdani saying, we need to find ways to make, rent cheaper in cities, and that might mean a policy like rent control that I personally don't like, but, they want to try it. I mean, I wouldn't be, like, fundamentally opposed to having that as part of my party's platform. Then, no, I mean, like, it would depend on what things we're talking about appealing to.
Like, agreed. You're okay with the socialists being at the top of the Democratic ticket in the sense of socialists.
But again, but this is part of the issue. You call it
correct? Is that right or no? Am I wrong?
This is not like a...
Is it Connor's shtick to always say shit like, are you guys ever going to let me talk every time? Yeah, it is.
A simple thing. You're like doing like the what is a woman at me? What is a socialist?
I'm asking you, do you have a problem with Bernie Sanders being at the top of the ticket?
You got to let Destiny answer.
That's a specific question.
Top of the ticket? No, like if him being a...
Shut up, Wick.
Senator from Vermont? No. If he was president, probably not.
Yeah.
So when you say a socialist, if you're talking about somebody who wants to abolish by law all of private enterprise and maybe even attack the democratic underpinnings of our political parties, right, and have a single party rule, I would be opposed to that.
But that doesn't describe Bernie. It doesn't describe Mamdani. It doesn't describe AOC. Correct?
No, but Mamdani, Bernie, and AOC are on the outer perimeter of what is considered socialist, and they're attacked by the center part of what is socialist. That's my issue. You could probably find an outer perimeter fascist that I might be okay with. If he's some fascist who's like, yeah, I think we should protect America.
Pisco. Just throw the fact that he's sharing porn of people he works with in his face.
Take a look at your own fucking country, Destiny.
He's not
going to
sleep with you again.
Man?
America as an ethno-state, and I'm defining ethno-state as like the current ethnic composition of America, and I think that we should have like stronger rules on immigration. I was like, yeah, I probably fucking support this dude or whatever.
The problem is that, like, and you understand, and Econoboy will lay this out, that Bernie, AOC, these types, they come from a long tradition of democratic socialists from like UK, Australia. He brought up Clement Attlee, and this is not some fringe movement. These are democratic socialists that exist in countries all over the world.
Mask off. You're all a little late. The mask's been off for a little while.
So we're not talking about this idiosyncratic belief of socialism. It's a version of socialism that exists, and you're okay with it being part of the party. The question isn't one of...
You could find a fascist I'm okay with. Please, Lauren, please, take me back.
Categorical. You're okay with some socialists. You would vote for some socialists. I'll ask Connor the same question. Connor, are you okay?
I got tested. My viral load's low.
Hey, with someone like Bernie Sanders being on the top of the ticket, AOC being on the top of the ticket of the Democratic Party,
No, I would either abstain from voting or I would fucking vote against them. Like, for instance, if there's a moderate Republican compared to AOC or Bernie, not that moderate Republicans exist anymore, but if they existed, I would pick a moderate Republican over AOC or Bernie.
I think the bigger disagreements between you and Destiny, therefore. I think Destiny's okay with some socialists
to be clear,
being a part of the Democratic coalition.
Connor's a Republican, so I would expect him to say that. Yeah, no shit. But voting for somebody is a lot different than appealing to somebody. These are two different things, and we keep playing like this clever game of trying to.
Let Destiny finish. Hold on. Let Destiny finish his thought, please.
Well, that's it. No, I'm just saying that like appealing to somebody is a lot different than voting for somebody. I'm guessing.
John Hardy super chatted $6.72. I proffer a small amount of the King's coin for your pain. Theory.
Thank you, John. Appreciate it.
If I was in New York and there was a plethora of candidates from Downey, probably wouldn't be my first choice, but I'd probably vote for him in the primary, or I'm sorry, in the general. But that doesn't mean I would like want to appeal to a socialist or whatever.
I agree that
like we have to. I think there's a useful thing to look at what this actually looks like and actually.
So Tana, you make an excellent point. People just need to say we don't have to listen to the crappy opinions of someone who records having sex with women without telling them. True. Now, that raises the question, why don't they? And I'll tell you why. Pisco wants to be able to work with Destiny again. He's desperate for it. It gives his life meaning. It fills the void in his soul left by everyone in his family that will no longer stomach his presence in the room with them. That's what this is about. Let's be clear. The reason why all of these people have been astonishingly quiet about the real scandal in Destiny's life, which horrifically is not the fact that he gleefully, enthusiastically cheers on and defends the murder of children.
You are the problem. Why are you not getting this?
Things will normalize. People can say, "Oh, that old thing, that was way back then." Yeah, that's crazy. You're crazy for bringing that up. And they can share cutlery with the body fluid enthusiast again. That's what this is about. Correction, gives his life money? Maybe, but he could do his own thing. But that takes strength, and it takes a likable personality, neither of which are things that Pisco has. See? There's a lot of people who made a lot of money, a lot of attention by associating with Destiny, but there's also a lower level of people who didn't. What they got was a low hum of attention for being friendly with Destiny. That relationship can't end. Their online success depends on that connection being there. They are successful because they are friends of Steven. And even some of the ones who have moved past that point don't realize it yet, or they're cowards and they don't want to test it. Isn't Pisco gay or something? No, Pisco's dating the silly Sirius. I think they're married, aren't they?
Existing politics, right? So in 2016, when Bernie Sanders got, 45% of the vote in the primary, something like that, he was involved in the platform committee for the DNC. He was like a main speaker at the DNC in 2016. He was able to extract a lot of concessions to the party. Like, I think that because of him, the party added in marijuana legalization, a $15 hour minimum wage, I think carbon pricing, and I think maybe there was some stuff about the death penalty. I want to say that was something that Bernie Sanders really pushed to add into the Democratic Party platform. You know, and again, that's like a very direct appeal to Bernie Sanders and like an appeal to the unity between the centrists and the socialists and the Democratic Socialists.
No, nothing. What policy there was socialist?
Okay, so Destiny,
Here's
again,
where we're going to run into the problem, because nothing that you just said there was socialist. And there's this game that's played where
Destiny, you're wrong about that. You're completely wrong. Okay, so
50
let me,
an hour
let me-
is socialist?
Okay, do you think a progressive income tax is socialist?
Wait, I missed that. Hang on.
Okay, so Destiny,
Here's
again,
where we're going to run into the problem, because nothing that you just said there was socialist. And there's this game that's played where
Destiny, you're wrong about that. You're completely
Wait,
wrong.
Wait a minute. Oh my God.
Unity between the centrists and the socialists and the democratic
no,
socialists.
no, nothing. What policy there was socialist?
Okay, so Destiny,
Here's
again,
where we're going to run into the problem, because nothing that you just said there was socialist. And there's this game that's played where
Destiny, you're wrong.
Okay, what do you say it was socialist?
Marijuana legalization, a $15 hour minimum wage. I think carbon.
Okay, hang on.
I'll be back momentarily. I'll be back.
He was involved in the platform committee for the DNC. He was like a main speaker at the DNC in 2016. He was able to extract a lot of concessions to the party. Like, I think that because of him, the party added in marijuana legalization, a $15 hour minimum wage, I think carbon pricing, and I think maybe there was some stuff about the death penalty.
Social. Fuck me, I'm going to be agreeing with Steven. Oh my God.
See, I want to say that was something that Bernie Sanders really pushed to add into the Democratic Party platform.
I hate this world. And everything in it.
And again, that's like a very direct appeal to
except for all the world stuff. I hate these people.
Bernie Sanders, and like an appeal to the unity between the centrists and the socialists and the Democratic Socialists.
No, nothing. What policy there was socialist?
Okay,
oh my God.
So
here's where we're going to run into the problem, because nothing that you just said there was socialist.
Just end me. He's right. God damn it.
There's this game that's played where
you're wrong about that.
No, he's not. How are you this dumb? How do you guys suck this much?
Yes, sir.
How do you lose a freaking political theory debate to Destiny? Like, dear God.
Completely wrong. Okay, so
50 an hour is socialist?
Okay, do you think a progressive income tax is socialist?
This is that part of the Lovecraft story where you go insane. Just
not necessarily, no.
Right. So the Communist Manifesto proposed a
the Communist Manifesto.
progressive income tax, right? So
does it make it a socialist policy?
I would say, generally speaking, that the Communist Manifesto, the manifesto of the Communist Party, like it probably is something of an authority on what it means to be a communist policy.
Oh my! People have said that Econoboy is intelligent. Dear God. Oh man.
This manifesto is a pamphlet made so that farmers could read it and join a revolution against the state.
only reason
really where we're going by the
no,
defining
Essie,
document of what all like what
Essie, the only reason
aspects of communism and socialism that are shared by democracy.
Oh my God, this is so bad faith. So Econoboy brings up a point. He says, "Is this policy socialist?"
Welcome to my world,
as it's sort of
peasant
embodied in
Sunday.
the Communist
Fucking
Manifesto. And you
dystopian
go a broader point and say, "Well, the
fucking
Communist
world.
Manifesto has this other purpose." That's not the question on the
okay,
table. Whether it has
that's
other
not
purposes.
the point. So
No.
that's not the point. So the point is that
No.
it's not about whether or not we would semantically define something like a progressive income tax.
They're actually out of their depth with Destiny. Just, dear God, how many years in law school for this, Pisco?
As communist or not communist. It's about these broader movements and what their general ideological disposition is on all of the different set of possible positions within the
literally
policy
crying.
debate. So I would agree to your point that, like, yeah, like in terms of socialism being the decommodification of labor and also like the collective ownership of the means of production, if that's the way that you define socialism, then obviously these aren't like socialist policies, quote unquote, but that doesn't mean that you're not appealing to like the broader socialist movement.
Please, just end me. I've agreed with Destiny, and I have all the people, Piers Morgan as well, in a week. Seriously, why? Why am I agreeing with them? And do you want to know what's worse? I was agreeing with Piers and Anna Kasparian. Oh, God. It's just so wrong. I should not be agreeing with these fucking ghouls, but I am. Clock always time. I can't be asked. Shall we continue?
And the broader like socialist apparatus of advocacy, when you propose things like a $15 an hour
just for
minimum
clarity,
wage or
ANCAPs propose marijuana. You mentioned marijuana legalization. What is socialist about marijuana legalization? You can have a socialist state that is homophobic and bans gay relationships. There's not a contradiction there. These are different spheres of activity. What are you talking about?
No,
what is wrong with these people? This is all you do.
It's a good start.
This is how you stake your reputation on. Your face is on the screen. Dear God, open a goddamn book for once in your life.
Anna boy, just for clarity, so I understand, you're saying, when you say I want to appeal to socialists, you're saying things like, "Oh, pick policies that socialists would also like."
I'm saying that insofar as socialists and very progressive Democrats are a part of the actual
No, it fucking isn't! Oh.
Socialists. I mean, sure. Yeah, catch up to Canada. There you go.
Existing base of Democratic voters, they should have some proportional say in things like party leadership positions, committee assignments, the platform of the Democratic Party, fundraising distribution.
Who said this guy was smart?
We'll get
Who said
through
this guy
this.
was smart?
I need
People said
to-
this guy was smart.
I need to
Who
hear
said this guy was
one
smart?
thing and one thing
Activist-based
alone.
organizing, strategic discussions. They should have some kind of proportional say in all of those discussions.
We have to
Well,
suffer
the problem
through
is
10
those
more
people,
minutes.
if they truly identify
13
as socialists
more
and not
minutes.
just like liberal light
Then I
or
will
socialist light or
end.
whatever we're calling these people, they're not going to be pushing for these outer perimeter things that socialists might agree with when it comes to liberals. So when you say like a $15 an hour minimum wage or like a progressive taxation system, these are quote unquote socialist policies because they're mentioned in the communist manner.
Look, I'm gonna... Fuck me, okay? I hate this so much. I actually hate this so much. This is from Wick's channel, side chat. I don't disagree with these outcomes. I don't disagree with these outcomes. This is unironically so embarrassing for the people on the opposing side. Just actually. And I'm not really rooting for them. 'Cause I'll tell you why. I mean, I've told you already, but the main reason is like these people are all the same. They're all the
I'll tell
same.
you what it is. And tell me if it's-
Pisco is now that Destiny has embarrassed himself in a very damning way that has not yet come to fruition, to the full flowering, okay? He is now trying to situate himself as like, well, maybe I'm the cool liberal. I'm the liberal that Hassan viewers can kind of get behind a little bit, you know, where just a little bit, you know, we're together where it counts. We all gotta that kind of thing. No. You represent nothing.
Someone may have.
You represent literally nothing. Destiny is at least a Democrat Party shill. You guys are just clowns. Like, Destiny is a bought and paid for, sex-abusing shill. Pederast shill. You guys are just clowns. Nobody's standing behind this. You're getting the DGG scraps at this point.
Manifesto, you don't need communism or socialism to talk about either of those issues. And what I don't like is this weird game that's played where somehow socialists are allowed to know true Scotsman every single good thing that our capitalist liberal society has produced and say, oh, well, you like vacation days? That actually came from socialism. You like minimum wage? That came from socialism. You like labor unions? That came from socialism. And every bad and shitty thing is ascribed.
He's a better debater. He's also less vacuous than Pisco, which is... Let me tell you something. If I'm telling you that Destiny is less vacuous than somebody, you can take that to the bank. That is a statement for me. Because of everybody on this panel, I don't hate anyone except for that one in the middle. That one I hate. That one I hate. And I don't hate people. That one I hate to a point where I classify him mentally outside of the range of people. I hate that one. If I'm saying this person is more correct, okay, they be fucking up.
To the capitalist part, despite the fact that that's what's even creating the necessary prerequisite wealth to even have these other things.
Wait, Destiny, what does that have to do with? Wait, I don't know what that has to do like at all with what I just said. What I'm saying fundamentally is that I think it's sensible to make policy concessions to the broader socialist apparatus insofar as they're a part of the base. It sounds like you don't even.
We don't have to make a. That's not a policy concession to a socialist. It's literally not. Hold on. Wait. No, absolutely not.
Absolutely would.
If you got rid of all the socialists, could you still get a 15 an hour minimum wage? Yeah. Then it's not a policy concession to socialism.
Wait. No.
Under really quick, PCO. Destiny, even under quote unquote liberal economic frameworks, people in my replies are calling countries like the Nordic societies liberal capitalist societies, even though they do quote unquote socialist things as you would just define, like.
They are liberal capitalist societies. They have a better allocation of public resources than America. That does not mean they are socialist. That is stupid.
Like social ownership of the means of production. Like there's a lot of quote unquote socialist policies that those countries have engaged in.
Like imagine if there was Nazi Germany and then it split. Okay, and there was Nazi Germany, and then there was Nazi Germany 2 on its border, and Nazi Germany 2 didn't genocide people. It just put them into big ghettos and taxed them higher and policed them worse. One of those societies would be more like a nice liberal utopia than the other one. That would not, however, make either of them liberal. So, Nordic countries having better work standards or like a better attitude towards how many hours you need to work, how much vacation time you're given, and so on and so forth, does not make something that is in form entirely capitalist socialist. That's a stupid code.
That's a blanket
That's
statement.
so dumb. Learn how to
what
think.
Makes you think
Oh
I'm
my
just
God.
going to drop
People are
dead?
labeling as liberalism and doing these kind of things, and it's like whatever. If we want to have narrow definitions of things, that's totally fine with me. But I think that insofar as like the socialist movement, and when we went to the topic of the debate, courting the left, right? Conceding things to the left, the broader left. I include very progressive Democrats in that who might identify as capitalists or might be misaligned in some way. That includes things like broader progressive policies, like I mentioned the death penalty, minimum wage, things like that as well.
When I say court the left, and when I was designing this topic, maybe I could have been more clear. I'm not talking about issues that both liberals and leftists.
He designed this topic.
Leftists share. Like, both of them agree that we should treat kids nicely. Both of them agree that we should be kind to our neighbors, things like that. I'm not talking about those things. I'm talking about things that are specifically and uniquely.
So name them. So
Well,
if
no,
you're
but-
finding,
so-
if
like,
you're
it's
talking
Identification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production.
Holy fucking shit. So if
Hassan is a good example, right? The example.
Hassan isn't a
He is
policy. Hassan isn't a policy. If you're talking about appealing to people, Econoboy gave you a response. He's talking about things that these people care about, socialists care about. If all you're talking about is people,
Okay. No. Okay, I'm going to say something that pisses me off about this conversation. Oh, somebody else started talking. I'm going to roll my eyes. Shut the fuck up, Pisco. Take your eyeballs and fucking shut them the fuck up, okay?
Connor win.
So, saying everything good is
Connor is based here. Connor win.
socialism is dumb as fuck.
No one
Okay,
said
Not what I'm doing.
Yeah,
Connor.
yeah, we did.
No
We
one
just
fucking
did.
said
Just
that,
do it.
dipshit.
Hey, shut the fuck
No
up!
one
I listened to
fucking
you
said that,
bots for the
dipshit.
past 5 minutes.
Yeah,
Shut the
but
fuck
we didn't
up!
straw
Shut
man
the
the
fuck
shit
up!
out of you, Connor.
Shut the
You're
fuck
being an
up!
idiot.
This is Megabyte from Reboot showing up to Enzo's birthday party to rock on his electric guitar. Okay, that's what this is.
You're fucking
All right, shut
idiot,
the
dude.
fuck
You
up.
didn't say that. No one
Hey,
said
my
that.
turn. I have the talking stick. Shut the fuck up. Okay. So saying like, oh, a minimum wage is socialist. Progressive taxes is socialist.
Yes.
Firefighters is socialist. Police are socialist.
take the
Teachers are
lemons.
socialist. This is the kind of fucking bullshit that is the obfuscation that I'm talking about, where you're basically talking about normie lib governmental policies that are perfectly conducive to
Yes.
a free market fucking state, and you're like, oh, all of it's just a gradation of the economics. Well, why don't we just go with the right-wing definition of socialism, where socialism
Preach, Epstein's Cabana boy. Preach.
is when the government does anything ever whatsoever. Then at that point, I'm a
You're not
socialist.
listening. You're not
Fucking
listening.
JD Vance is a
give it
socialist.
to
Everybody's a fucking
hold on.
socialist.
Give it to Pisco and Econoboy to respond. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
so Econoboy specifically didn't say that. I'll let Econoboy do, but you're just not listening. But I want to talk after Econoboy.
So just to be clear, again, I'm grounding everything that I'm saying in the actually existing people that call themselves socialists and call themselves very, very
If there's
progressive.
a good
Now,
policy,
if
we
I
should
could
do it
just finish,
regardless of
Connor,
whether or not
with all the
it's
bullshit
socialist.
about interrupting. So
No, I heard it.
okay. Well, you interrupted, so just give me a second here.
So what? Push back. See a moderator jumping in? That's not how this game works, buddy.
I'm grounding this in the
You want
actual
that?
existing people that call it socialism, that call it whatever, very progressive capitalism or very progressive like policies in general, right? So insofar as you're saying, oh, my narrow definition of
Sorry
socialist
for
policies
exposing
is
you
decommodification of
to
labor
this
and the
nightingale.
socialization of the means of production, then to be fair, according to me and according to some other policies that have been proposed, that is like almost exactly what
Can
we
you
would be
give us
doing.
an example? Just an example of a.
Oh, wait, actually,
hold on,
wait,
stop,
wait,
stop,
wait, wait,
stop.
wait,
Is
wait,
it
can I
an
ask a question
example of a policy that
Fuck
is
this!
unique?
I didn't come here to play the no true
Not the-
Scotsman
wait,
for fucking.
wait, also
40
wait, not the
minutes.
policy game.
That's
I'm
not
just
what
curious
I'm
because
doing. I'm doing the exact opposite.
Okay, wait. Econoboy keeps bringing up like AOC and Bernie Sanders. Can you name somebody in the media environment that identifies as a socialist that is friendly towards the Democratic Party?
Like in the
Was that
mainstream
No, you can't.
media environment?
Anybody in the media
Why is that
environment.
relevant to the conversation?
Because
You want to change the
politicians-
conversation?
Make another point.
I don't
This
want
is
to
an
change the
important room, you
conversation
son of
because
a bitch.
politicians, politicians have to operate within the very real world of trying to get elected. So necessarily their positions are going to be probably a bit more constrained. And also these are people that, I mean, maybe Connor has, but I don't shit on AOC or Bernie Sanders. That was never what this conversation was ever about, like ever. Like I'm curious, in the media environment, are there any people that identify as socialists that are friendly towards the Democratic Party in the United States of America?
Wait, why is that relevant to whether or not the Democrats
Because my
should?
main criticism, I'm telling you, because my main criticism is that you're saying Democrats should appeal to socialists, and you're picking the outer perimeter socialists that are the least socialist people who have won elections by being the least socialist people, saying that the outer perimeter beliefs that we're appealing to are things like a $15 minimum wage, which aren't even necessarily socialist policies. When the issue we have is that the central tenets of socialism, like the abolition of all free enterprise, the abolition of all private property, the destruction of the political parties in the United States of America, those are the people that are dominating the media environment. And you're asking us to appeal to those people to capture people like AOC and Bernie Sanders. I'm not worried about the AOCs and Bernie Sanders. I'm worried about the people that worked for Bernie Sanders, like your Brianna Joy Grays, or the people that are running the entire left-wing media online apparatus, which is why I'm asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party.
Not so every night's freaking out in the chat. She's banning everybody from Wix chat who mentions her, including a bunch of regulars. Oh my god! Yes! Yes!
So
I
if
don't
you're
know.
asking for a single person who identifies as a socialist that supports the Democratic Party, there's obviously a lot of those people. I just said those are 10% of the people that vote for Democrats. Now, if you're
Okay,
asking
I
for-
want to make this point because
Okay,
it's relevant to the
holy
conversation
shit.
we're having.
Okay,
Fuck
what's your
you,
relative
Pisco.
form?
If every time you open your
You guys
fucking
are-
mouth, I go,
you guys
oh
are-
shit.
you guys are- it's impossible for you guys to hear, right? Because your whole job here is to muddy the waters. When Congress presented-
Oh, I think you're muddying the water. That's exactly what I'm going to accuse you of momentarily. So shut up.
you were
and
brought in.
listen.
You and Wick are being brought in to
Let
give
Keisha
cover
go.
to
Let
Destiny.
Keisha go. Counter.
I'm going to offer.
Hold on, counter,
I'm gonna
stop,
offer
stop, counter,
clarity.
stop, counter, stop. Please go first, and then you can respond.
So
go ahead.
clearly, with respect to policies that socialists support, if what we mean by appeal to socialists is to literally propose policies that these types of socialists would
Listen. Thank you, Stephen Phillip. Appreciate it. Bring up the chat. It'll take up a lot of the screen.
support, you guys are okay with them, certain these policies, right? And we're just now defining what the scope of that agreement is, what the scope of that overlap is.
Listen, okay? At the beginning of Paradise Lost, Satan and Beelzebub are chatting in the fire.
No,
And
I can't.
he's like, look, we're only working God's will, even in the depths here, okay? That's what's going on right now. The minor demons are getting their comeuppance. The greater demons are the instrument for now.
But you don't have a problem in principle with appealing to socialists if by appealing to socialists we mean promoting policies that they like, correct?
Should I ban Steve? No. Do not ban people who give me money unless they put slurs in their chats.
Yeah, but that's a meaningless statement.
Policies are good.
Okay, so now
wait,
it's actually...
wait, because the question would be, are you okay with appealing to members of the Ku Klux Klan?
They like clean drinking water. Are you sympathetic?
Let's say that you do like city renovations.
So
we
now
have clean drinking water.
So now let's actually talk about the policies and whether they get to
No,
the
you have to
core.
answer that question. Would you be okay
I'm
running
okay
a
with
party that
I'm
appeals
okay
to
with
Ku Klux Klan?
I'm okay with the party. I'm totally willing to buy bullets. You know I buy bullets. I'm totally willing with a party to appeal to members of the Ku Klux Klan if what is meant by that is appealing to common sense policies that
Okay,
everyone
which
gets.
is what- yeah, so
Excuse me.
that's a
Let me
pointless
finish.
question.
Wait. It's not a pointless question. It's not a pointless question. Because there are policies that you would consider socialist, I think, under your definition, no true Scotsman definition of socialist, that maybe the Democrats should appeal. So, for example, would you be against? Do you think, first of all, that a national healthcare service is a socialist policy?
No.
Okay, can you give an example of a socialist policy?
Things that involve taking away the means of production from private owners, from cap.
Thank you.
Policies and whether they get to
No,
the
you have to
core.
answer that question.
But-
Would you be
yeah,
okay
I'm
running
okay
a party
with
that
I'm
appeals
okay
to
with
Ku Klux Klan?
I'm okay with a party. I'm totally willing to buy bullets. You know I buy bullets. I'm totally willing with a party to appeal to members of the Ku Klux Klan if what is meant by that is appealing to common sense policies that
Okay,
everyone
which
gets.
is what- yeah, so
Excuse me.
that's a
Let me
pointless
finish.
question.
Wait. It's not a pointless question. It's not a pointless question. Because there are policies that you would consider socialist, I think, under your definition, no true Scotsman definition of socialist, that maybe the Democrats should appeal. So, for example, would you be against? Do you think, first of all, that a national healthcare service is a socialist policy?
No.
Okay, can you give an example of a socialist policy?
things that involve taking away the means of production from private owners, from capital owners, and giving that so that the workers are exclusively the ones that are in control of the means of production.
So a single payer healthcare system, let's say health insurance system, let's put it aside national healthcare, a single payer healthcare system that makes it illegal or outlaws private insurance, you would not say that's socialist?
If you're talking about the government owning everything from the top down, then
Mr. Fluffy Wolf super chatted $10. Theory being lower than drama scares me. Fix it.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
including the hospitals, then theoretically you could call that socialist. Some people
would you or would you? Sorry. Would you call that socialist?
For the time being, it's fixed.
Would you, Stephen, would you call that socialist? Yes or no?
I would call it a state-owned enterprise, or state-owned enterprise is socialist. I mean, like technically not really, but sure, we can say.
Wait, is the answer?
Hang on. I zoned out for a second.
Let's say health insurance system. Let's put
capital owners
policy. Either your definition, no true Scotsman definition of socialist, that maybe the Democrats should appeal. So, for example, would you be against? Do you think, first of all, that a national healthcare service is a socialist policy?
No. I mentioned at the beginning of this that Pisco's an idiot, right? Like, he's really dumb. Like, really dumb. Really dumb. Like a turnip. A moldy one.
No.
Okay, can you give an example of a socialist policy?
Things that involve taking away the means of production from private owners, from capital owners, and giving that so that the workers are exclusively the ones that are in control of the means of production.
So a single payer healthcare system, let's say health insurance system, let's put it aside national healthcare, a single payer.
Are you saying, Stephen, that Obama wasn't socialist?
Healthcare system that makes it illegal or outlaws private insurance, you would not say that's socialist?
If you're talking about the government owning everything from the top down, then...
In fairness to Pisco, no one in this panel debate is a terribly bright bulb. Yeah, but if this was Amnesia, all these people are out of oil, and Pisco's got, and Destiny's got the shitty pull string light flashlight from Bunker, okay?
Including the hospitals, then theoretically you could call that socialist. Some people
would you or would you? Sorry. Would you call that socialist? Would you, Stephen? Not Mike. Would you call that socialist? Yes or no?
I would call it a state-owned enterprise. State-owned enterprise is socialist. I mean, like technically not really, but sure, we can say. Sure, we can say that.
Is your answer that a single-payer system is not socialist? Is that what your answer is?
I wouldn't call it socialist, but if you wanted to, for the purpose of this conversation, sure.
I want to know your opinion. So I'm asking your opinion. Your answer is no. Single payer is not socialist. Okay. And
I don't think it's necessarily like a socialist policy. You can call it if you wanted to. You could. But
no, I'm not asking if I wanted to. I could. I'm asking your opinion. I'm not saying if you wanted to, you could.
You want me to give you a yes or no answer to an incredibly complicated question?
I want your opinion, dipshit.
Okay, 2 days ago.
Hey, dipshit. I want your opinion. I want your opinion.
You don't want an opinion. You want a yes or no?
I want your opinion. I want your opinion.
You don't even know the difference between state-owned enterprise and
do you think?
Okay.
Do you think?
Okay.
Single payer.
Hold on. Let Pisco ask his question.
Single payer?
Pisco's gonna shut up while Destiny answers.
I'm not asking would someone else. Could you? I'm asking you, Stephen Bonnell.
No, you're asking you, Stephen Bonnell.
You consider single payer to be socialist?
Okay, now that you've asked that, shut up and let respond.
No. Okay, so this is who's the no true Scotsman here? You guys were saying like the policy that most people who.
Pisco, stop trying to act tough. Look like the Pillsbury Doughboy. Calm down.
Would absolutely consider to be socialist is not socialist. And so our working framework of socialism is only tankyism, only people who want to decommodify everything and have government ownership of everything. And it's preposterous. You're just not. Operating with the way people use those words.
That's great. That's literally not the argument, though. But if you wanted to argue that if we were to call it socialist and you wanted to...
You can't go... You can't do that if you're quavering. If you literally have, hey, we're not listening to a freak who shares porn of people he works with. We're not listening to a freak who secretly records women he has sex with. If you're not willing to say that, don't try to act tough. Like what? Hey, it's embarrassing by itself. But like, dude, you have been given a favor. You have been given a favor by being allowed to speak here. Know your fucking place, you rat.
To socialize the healthcare system. The reason why you would be doing that wouldn't be because you're trying to appeal to socialists.
Weasel words, Stephen. Weasel words.
It's called politics. I know that
if you want to, if you want to.
Can I finish my answer?
Yeah,
Holy
go
shit!
ahead.
There's a difference between doing something by. So, for instance, I'm a free market capitalist, but that doesn't mean I oppose government intrusion into every single sector or even a government monopoly on things like, say, utilities.
Is theory 83 now? No, it jumped to 73.
Because there are some things that the free market doesn't solve for. To say that I don't think the free market solves for this, so we should have utility companies ran by the state, is not the same as saying I'm appealing to fucking socialists.
I'm not saying it's the same. I'm not saying.
So when you ask me if a single-payer system would be socialist, I might say, I guess you can consider social if you want. The reason why I'm advocating, though, for a single-payer system isn't because I'm trying to appeal to socialists. It's because I think free market capitalism cannot solve.
Rosal, thank you very much for the 10 gifted memberships. Very much appreciated.
Or problem.
So this is the obfuscation.
Yes or no? Yes or no? What is a woman? What is a woman? If we're doing that with socialism, we can do that. Okay, go for it.
So
Yeah.
the obfuscation is, the question isn't.
There's no obfuscation, to be clear. You're just confused. Your confusion is not me obfuscating.
The obfuscation is as follows, and I'll identify it. The question isn't whether or not the intention behind promoting single-payer system is one way or another. We're not talking about the intention behind why you propose one policy or another. We're just asking in pure semantic terms, would most people call socialized medicine, socialized healthcare, would they call it a socialist policy? And
no, they wouldn't. You idiot. You clown. You buffoon.
Your absurd deflection on that and say, no, I would not call it socialist.
Most people would not call that socialist, you moron.
I think just you're not using the term where people use those terms. Yeah.
Here's a question. Wait. Do you think that Hassan would call it socialism?
I don't. Wait, why is that relevant?
Why is the largest left-wing streamer relevant to what mainstream thought is amongst leftists on the online media sphere? Did you just say it?
The Communist Manifesto, that is not authoritative on socialism.
They both read the Communist Manifesto before this debate, so they would be learned on socialism after debating these topics for years and years of their adult lives. Because it's the short one that you can buy at gift shops.
But Hassan Piker is.
No, the Communist Manifesto is not authoritative.
But Hassan Piker is. Hassan Piker, who you said is a fucking limousine socialist. Yes. Yeah, he's definitive on that, but not the Communist Manifesto.
I think this is the most sympathetic I felt to Destiny in a long, long time, because dear fucking God.
Hold on, I just want to be clear. You're telling me that something that was written almost 100...
How is that even possible, Pisco? Well done.
...years ago is more...
Try Satan next.
...authoritative on what modern-day socialists believe than what
maybe.
Than what the... Okay, well, I encourage you to do more research when it comes to politics.
Like, how do you get... Like, why... Hassan's not an idiot. Hassan does idiotic things occasionally. Hassan's not an idiot. Hassan has a reputation for being dumb. He's not. It's a superficial judgment that says Hassan is dumb.
Flippin' tip $27. Alright, you win Sunday. Let's have theory now. I can't stand any.
Thank you, my comrades. I love you all. Why the hell did you stay here? Who shall we read? I might stick around. We have a base Canadian, Igloo, BC. We have the we have the Dub Father Decent Society. We have Chrysanthemum. We have Amy C3. We have the lovely Riverboat Jack. We have a based Australian Real Red Home. Yes, we have Mabel Takes, another base Canadian. Oh, she is still alive. Oh, thank you, Viking Gear. It is Capricorn, if you want to do. Thank you, Viking Gear. I think you might. Oh, no. I hate my fucking government.
Because you are a wonderful person and you are a kind person. You must have ADHD mess. fine today. We're doing really good for a day where Shannon didn't take her Mad Cat, we will get together. You and I will message you tomorrow if you want to do like a collab. Let's set up a time because I stream. I think I'm streaming tomorrow and Saturday. So
Yeah.
if we want to message,
That's great.
we'll go ahead and set something up. Primer, really? Because we're just goofing around right now. Hi. Hey.